Chapter 50-36. Roar. Screech. Screech, screech, screech. As the old pig demon's divine sense voice spread out, countless roars came from the abandoned planets that had been moved here since ancient times and from the nearby planets. It was as if they were responding to the old pig demon's divine sense voice. These roars were clearly filled with endless joy and surprise. Face against the powerful Magic Hall army, especially the old pig spirit, the black-robed desolate sovereign, and the primordial porcupine who also had the battle strength of a desolate sovereign, as well as the powerful experts from the 6 armies of the Magic Hall. They had no power to resist and were prepared to submit from the start. Nothing was better than being alive. Unfortunately, the old pig spirit wanted a bloody massacre that could bring about a certain degree of deterrence. Therefore, the demonic antelope Forbidden Land had to have a large number of beasts die. Now, everything had come to an end. All of the beasts in the Forbidden Land prostrated themselves in the void, expressing their submission. The 6 armies of the Magic Hall also stopped at this moment, no longer slaughtering. From this moment onwards, the demonic antelope Forbidden Land had become a historical name. The one who occupied this star field was the mysterious Magic Hall, a powerful foreign force that had appeared overnight on the right bank of the Milky Way. There was still a lot of work to be done, such as cleaning up the battlefield, distribution of prisoners, the division of the 6 armies' garrisons in the star field, as well as the subsequent arrival of the Magic Hall army and so on. Everything was very complicated, but the higher-ups of the various armies were responsible for it. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner. As for the old pig spirit, his divine sense swept through the entire demonic antelope Forbidden Land. After confirming that there were no problems, he withdrew his thoughts from the star field that was still in chaos. The black-robed desolate sovereign and the primordial porcupine who also had the battle strength of a desolate sovereign were left behind. As for the old pig spirit, he directly rushed out of the star field. Everything in the demonic antelope Forbidden Land had been settled, but for the Magic Hall army, there was still one more thing they had to do before they could successfully take over this star domain and establish a stable foothold in the future. That was to get in touch with the other Forbidden Lands and star regions around the Forbidden Lands and get them to acknowledge the status of the Magic Hall. At the very least, the 2 Forbidden Lands on the left and right of the Forbidden Lands had to acknowledge the ownership of the Magic Hall. Otherwise, a new war could come at any time. In fact, when the 6 legions of the Magic Hall rushed into the Forbidden Lands and started a bloody massacre, countless ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Lands of Xiaya and Forbidden Lands of Sikong were closely watching everything unfold. Know over time, whether it was the 4 beautiful rainbow pythons in the Forbidden Lands of Xiaya or the 4 howling space demon hounds in the Forbidden Lands of Sikong, they did not show up. Instead, they were hibernating in the inner void at the edge of the Forbidden Lands, quietly watching. The old pig spirit's sudden appearance surprised the 8 old fellows who were hibernating in the void on the left and right of the demonic antelope Forbidden Land. However, what they did not expect was that this seemingly inconspicuous, and even somewhat annoying, black-skinned old pig not only hit his cultivation level, but also his perfect 9th stage desolate sovereign strength had reached such a terrifying level. This was definitely a true half-step heavenly Tao level existence. Not only was his cultivation level the same as the giant void tortoise that wreaked havoc on the right bank of the Milky Way, but his methods were also incomparably ruthless. Oh my God! Perhaps this black pig was far from the giant void tortoise's ferocious reputation that had been passed down since ancient times. However, in a short period of time, he had eliminated all the desolate sovereigns and powerful beings in the demonic antelope Forbidden Land, proving his cultivation level and strength. As for the purpose of this mysterious foreign army, it was now obvious. They wanted to exterminate the demonic antelope Forbidden Land, seize the Forbidden Land star area, and occupy the nest of the birds. Regarding this, although the 8 desolate sovereigns in the Forbidden Land of Rosy Clouds and the Forbidden Land of Rosy Clouds were unwilling, there was nothing they could do. The half-step heavenly Tao level black pig was too strong, definitely not something they could resist. When the old pig spirit consecutively killed 2 demonic antelopes in a short period of time and scared off the 3rd one, he spread out his divine sense to search the void. These 8 old fellows suddenly woke up and hurriedly retreated to the forbidden land behind them like birds startled by the twang of a bow. However, they did not stop there. They secretly contacted each other, and at the same time, paid close attention to the follow-up movements of this foreign army. What happened next made the 8 desolate sovereigns even more shocked. Because when the army of the Magic Hall rushed into the Forbidden Land star area, the countless beasts in the Forbidden Land of Primordial Devil Antelope Forbidden Land had already prostrated themselves in the void, trembling. This was clearly the rhythm of submission. He may have been unwilling, angry, but at that time, in the entire Forbidden Land star area, there was not even a single Primordial Era expert. Facing such a huge invasion army, and the high-level battle strength was not only Primordial Era experts, but also desolate sovereigns, and the strongest was even a half-step Heavenly Dao level expert at the great perfection of the 9th stage. In such a huge Forbidden Land star area, countless beasts in the Forbidden Land did not even dare to think of resisting. But, even so, the moment the Black Pig led its army into the Forbidden Star field, it immediately started a bloody massacre. From the very beginning, this Black Pig led its army into the Forbidden Star zone. From that moment on, endless roars and howls drowned the entire Forbidden Land of Primordial Devil Antelope. Countless beasts in the Forbidden Land were forced to fight in grief and indignation, and the roar of the cannons of the battleships resounded in the void, not stopping for a single second. This was a real slaughter in the starry sky. Looking at the situation, the old pig spirit clearly intended to kill all the beasts in the Forbidden Land of Primordial Devil Antelope, completely turning this place into a dead zone. This scene made the 8 desolate sovereigns in the Forbidden Land of Xiaya and the Forbidden Land of Sikong feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Suddenly, there was such a terrifying existence beside their lair, and its temperament and methods were even more ruthless and cruel, which made them worried. After a full 10 days, when more than a third of the countless beasts in the Forbidden Land of Primordial Devil Antelope star area had died, the slaughter stopped. The old pig spirit, who was standing at the edge of the star area, nodded, and the voice of his divine sense instantly spread out, covering hundreds of billions of miles of the void, announcing that from this moment on, the Forbidden Land of Primordial Devil Antelope had changed hands. The Magic Hall had appeared. It was also at this moment that the 8 desolate sovereigns finally realized the purpose of the old pig spirit. This slaughter was originally just to intimidate, but it was completely a demonstration of power. Before they could recover, after the bloody slaughter in the Forbidden Land of Primordial Devil Antelope star area, the old pig spirit, who had been secretly watched by them, immediately rushed out of the Forbidden Land of Sikong and rushed to the edge of the Forbidden Land of Sikong on the right. This scene caught the 4 desolate sovereign howling space demon hounds in the Forbidden Land of Sikong off guard. They were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they immediately made a decision to use a secret method to communicate with the 4 starry sky-colored pythons in the Forbidden Land of Xiaya. As soon as all this was over, in the void outside the Forbidden Land of Sikong, there was a trembling divine sense voice, "I am the pig tyrant of the Magic Hall. I have just arrived here, and I specially came to visit you." Chapter 50-37. I'm Pig Tyrant of the Magic Hall. I'm here for the first time, and I'm here to visit you. On this side, the moment the 4 howling space magical hounds in the roaring space Forbidden Land finished their sound transmissions to the 4 starry sky-colored pythons in the roaring space Forbidden Land with a secret method, a heart-shaking voice of divine sense came from the void outside the roaring space Forbidden Land. That the black-skinned old pig, whose strength had reached the peak of the 9th order great perfection, which was the half-step heavenly Dao realm existence, had just taken down the demonic antelope Forbidden Land, and it actually came to the door immediately. Let the 4 howling void demon hounds in the Shao Kong Forbidden Land were caught off guard. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. They looked at each other with a bitter expression on their faces. That was, compared to the demonic antelope Forbidden Land that had just been destroyed, the Xia Hei's Forbidden Land and the Shao Kong Forbidden Land were stronger. This was because the strongest of the 4 desolate ancestor old monsters in these 2 forbidden lands was the 6th order desolate ancestor. Distance. The late-stage Desolate Ancestor was not far from the 7th Order Desolate Ancestor. Even so, in the face of a half-step heavenly Dao realm at the 9th Order Great Perfection, whether it was the Xia Hei's Forbidden Land or the Shao Kong Forbidden Land, they were absolutely no match for it. Only 4 Desolate Ancestor old monsters could not threaten the existence of a 9th Order Desolate Ancestor. If 8 Desolate Ancestor old monsters gathered together, they might be able to make the other party a little wary. It was precisely considering this point that the 4 Desolate Ancestor old monsters in the Shao Kong Forbidden Land transmitted to the 4 starry sky-colored pythons in the Xia Hei's Forbidden Land. They planned to join forces to trap this cruel black-skinned pig monster, so that they would not be on tenterhooks every day in the future. This was obviously risky, but now they had no choice. The other party took the initiative to come to them, which was obviously forcing them to do something beyond their ability. These thoughts flashed through their minds, and the 4 old guys changed into the appearance of the remnant people. They were all black-robed old men, and their figures flashed, and they went to the edge of the Shao Kong Forbidden Land. The reason for this was that the black-skinned old pig waiting outside the Forbidden Land star area had now turned into the appearance of a remnant person. It was a burly man, with dark skin, and he looked very wild. The other party turned into a remnant person, so they had to follow suit. Shio! Swish, swish, swish. Soon, the 4 desolate Zun old monsters of Shao Kong Forbidden Land rushed out from the Forbidden Land star field and stopped abruptly at the edge of the Forbidden Land star field, about 10 million miles away from the old pig spirit who had transformed into a black-faced man. After exchanging glances with each other, they all put on smiles and cupped their fists at pig spirit, imitating the manner of the survivors. It was the first time they had met each other. Fellow Daoists, I am Pig Tyrant from the Magic Hall. This is the first time I've come here, so I specially came to pay you a visit. I hope I didn't disturb your cultivation. Seeing that the 4 of them had come together, and just like him, in order to show that they were not hostile, Old Pig deliberately changed their ferocious beast forms into the form of survivors that were easier to communicate with. Old Pig carefully relaxed and immediately smiled. Towards the 4 black-robed old monsters standing in the void thousands of miles away, he cupped his fists and said, "From today on, the Forbidden Land star field over there will be my magic hall guarding it. We will be neighbors in the future, so we should keep in touch with each other." Halfway through, he seemed to suddenly think of something, and he changed the topic. "Oh right, I don't know the name of the Forbidden Land star field where the 4 of you are guarding. Also, in the Forbidden Land star field on the left side of the Magic Hall, I have also sensed the aura of the 4 desolate Zun friends. What is the name of that place?" Seeing him being so polite, the 4 black-robed old monsters transformed by the howling celestial demon hound were all stunned. They opened their mouths slightly, but there was a hint of suspicion in their eyes. They subconsciously exchanged glances again. However, although they were extremely suspicious of Old Pig Spirit's politeness in their hearts, since he was so polite on the surface, they naturally didn't dare to be too negligent. So after exchanging glances, they immediately continued to introduce the general situation of the 2 forbidden areas to Old Pig Spirit. "Master Pig Tyrant, the Forbidden Land star field behind the 4 of us is called the Howling Sky Forbidden Land, and the 4 of us are all howling celestial demon hounds. What you said is right. In the Forbidden Land star field on the left, there are also 4 desolate ancient supremes guarding it. The Forbidden Land star field is called the Red Mist Forbidden Land, and the 4 desolate ancient monsters in the Red Mist Forbidden Land are all a kind of starry sky giant python. To be precise, it should be the colorful python, and this kind of colorful python is a single reproduction, so all the colorful pythons are female. The reason why the Forbidden Land is called the Red Mist Forbidden Land is because when this kind of colorful python breathes in the void, there is always a colorful light floating, like a dense fog, which is very beautiful, so it is called the Red Mist Forbidden Land. However, perhaps because they feel that the appearance of their colorful python is too shocking, all the colorful pythons in the Red Mist Forbidden Land will transform into the appearance of the survivors. Delicate and beautiful. If you don't know the details and enter, you will think that you have entered a star field full of peerless beauties. Oh? The whole red mist forbidden land is full of peerless beauties. Hearing this, Old Pig Spirit's eyes lit up, and his face also showed a happy expression. He exclaimed softly, "It seems that this time I really chose the right place, this old pig. I have good luck with women." This old guy was learning from Yi Xian in everything. After knowing that Yi Xian made a magic hall and named himself the master of the magic hall, he clamored for a more domineering title. That was how the pig tyrant of the magic hall came about. No. In his opinion, although his title as the pig tyrant of the magic hall was more domineering than Yi Xian's master of the magic hall, if the two of them went out at the same time, he still couldn't compare to Yi Xian in some aspects. Yi Xian had the demonic dragon as his mount, as well as 7 delicate and beautiful cultivators from the primordial era accompanying him. The moment he walked out, it was as if he had a halo around him, causing him to be extremely envious. Class Old Pig Spirit had been collecting all kinds of rare metals and forging materials in the starry sky like the magic dragon imperial chariot, and now that he had collected almost all of them, he was preparing to build one soon. It must be more domineering and flashy than Yi Xian's magic dragon imperial chariot. But with such a domineering chariot, he couldn't be all alone, right? If he didn't get some beauties to serve him, he would be too ashamed to go out. Old Pig Spirit had been thinking about this matter, but he had never met a female cultivator with the blood of a pig beast, so he put it aside. Now when he heard that the red mist forbidden land was full of beautiful female cultivators transformed from starry sky-colored pythons, he was naturally overjoyed. Although it was a bit of a fly in the ointment to say that these starry sky-colored pythons didn't have the blood of a pig beast, but as long as they were female cultivators, it was fine. He would get some to serve him for the time being, and after he finished refining the flying wand, he would go out and look for female cultivators with the blood of a pig beast. Saying in a word, it was completely possible to find a horse while riding a donkey. Chapter 50-38. Hearing the Old Pig Spirit's words, especially when he heard that the forbidden land was full of beautiful female cultivators, even his eyes lit up instantly. The 4 black-robed old monsters transformed by the howling space demon hounds in the forbidden land were stunned at the same time. Immediately after, they exchanged glances with each other with strange expressions on their faces. In the depths of their eyes, there was clearly a hint of joy that quickly flashed away. They were worried that the 4 starry sky-colored pythons in the forbidden land would not cooperate and join forces to deal with this old pig spirit with terrifying cultivation base. But now, it seemed that this problem was no longer a concern. The heavens are simply helping me. I never expected that this black-skinned pig would actually be so lecherous. In this way, so long as I take him around the forbidden area of Sunglow, this fellow will definitely be unable to move his feet. Even if he doesn't do anything disgraceful on the spot, he'll definitely be able to find all sorts of excuses to stay in the forbidden area of Sunglow. In this way, with the intelligence of the 4 starry sky-colored pythons in the forbidden land, they could naturally see the dirty thoughts in this old pig spirit's heart at a glance. Under shame and anger, they would probably join forces to deal with this old pig without any persuasion. They would take the initiative to facilitate it, even if the 8 desolate venerable old monsters joined forces to deal with this lecherous old pig spirit, they would probably still not be able to do anything to him. The peak of the desolate venerable in the great perfection of the 9th stage was too powerful. It was a half-step heavenly path existence. Even if the desolate venerable old monsters of the same realm were not all in the late stage, but only in the early or middle stage, it would be meaningless no matter how many of them there were. Although he couldn't beat it in a fight, he had no problem trapping and sealing this old black pig. It was impossible for this to happen anywhere else, unless it was like the starry sky berserk ape that had wreaked havoc on the right bank of the Milky Way and made people panic, and had a primordial treasure like the farmer god Cauldron. But obviously, whether it was the 4 of them or the 4 starry sky-colored pythons in the forbidden land, they obviously didn't have such a level of desolate era-level treasure. But, even so, as long as he could lure this damnable black pig into the depths of the forbidden area and set up a trap, he would still be able to trap it there. This was the key reason why the four of them were worried about the four starry sky-colored pythons in the forbidden land of dawn mist and refused to work together to seal the old black pig. 'Cause in order to accomplish this, they had to utilize a special place within the forbidden area of sunrise. Once they utilized this place, they would be unable to enter it again, otherwise, they would collide with the pig demon that was trapped within the forbidden area of sunrise and bring calamity upon themselves. In other words, utilizing the strange place within the restricted area of sunglow to trap and seal pig spirit was more harmful than beneficial to the four starry sky pythons. So, unless they were forced to a certain extent, it was very difficult for them to grit their teeth and agree. That was in the past, yet it wasn't a problem now. This damnable black pig had ill intentions and had come here with filthy intentions, so the four starry sky-colored pythons in the forbidden area would definitely be unable to endure it, and they could only grit their teeth and choose to seal him up. Otherwise, they would be humiliated at will. After all, this was a pig, and it was even a black pig. It was simply ugly to the point of being disgusting. Moreover, the starry sky-colored python clan loved beautiful things, so they would absolutely not submit to the pig demon's appearance alone. All of this took a long time to describe, yet all of these thoughts had actually flashed swiftly through the minds of the four of them. With merely a single exchange of glances, the four black-robed old freaks had understood the intentions of the others, and they seemed to have reached a tacit understanding in an instant. After exchanging glances once more, the smiles on their faces instantly became even more brilliant, and then they cupped their fists and bowed to the pig demon before continuing to speak. Their words clearly revealed a wisp of dense bewitchment that couldn't be dispersed. It seems that fellow Daoist tyrant pig is also a romantic person. That's just right. If that's the case, then the forbidden area is definitely an extremely wonderful place for fellow Daoist. It's said that a fair and virtuous woman is a good match for a gentleman. Fellow Daoist's cultivation strength is astonishing. You're already at the peak of the desolate supremacy at the 9th step, which is also half a step into the heavenly Dao realm. You're already half a step into the heavenly Dao realm, so you should naturally live a carefree life. It's really enviable. Yes, 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 all of the starry sky-colored pythons in the forbidden area are female cultivators, and they usually like to transform into the appearance of survivors. All of them have different styles. There are countless beautiful female cultivators in the forbidden area, and there must be one that you desire. Furthermore, all of the starry sky-colored pythons have their own unique fragrance. When they transform into beauties, they're a feast for the eyes, and their unique fragrance assails the nose. That's simply endless enjoyment. Fellow Daoist just said that we'll be neighbors in the future. Since we're neighbors, we should naturally be more friendly and often interact with each other. It just so happens that the four of us haven't been to the forbidden area for some time. Since we're in the mood today, why don't we go together with fellow Daoist tyrant pig? Maybe we can even be matchmakers on the spot and facilitate one or two beautiful marriages for fellow Daoist, and bring back a few Daoist companions that you like. Needless to say, the words and attitudes of these four old guys were obviously a little too enthusiastic at this time. But old pig spirit didn't think too much about it. One, in terms of his cultivation strength, even if the other party had any tricks, he didn't care at all. He could take advantage of the situation to turn hostile and give the other party a show of strength or something. What's more, in his opinion, the reason why these four old guys were so patient was clearly to lead him away from the forbidden area. They didn't dare to let him enter the rhythm of their nest, which was understandable. Yes. They wanted to use the starry sky pythons that had transformed into beautiful female cultivators in the forbidden area of rosy mist to be generous and use this method to curry favor with me. However, no matter what the reason behind this was, it was obvious that he had to make a trip to the forbidden land of dusk. In old pig spirit's opinion, even if he transformed into the appearance of the remnant and transformed into a burly man with a black face, he was still so extraordinary and domineering. Just based on this point, as long as he went back to the forbidden area, wouldn't the countless beautiful female cultivators transformed by the starry sky-colored pythons in the forbidden area all be fascinated and lose their souls on the spot? At that time, there would be countless beauties around him, and he could choose whatever he wanted. Ha ha ha, fellow Daoists, I'm a little embarrassed by your kind intentions. However, you're right. This pig is very fond of beautiful women. Since the forbidden area is such a wonderful place, wouldn't it be a pity if I don't go there? The old pig spirit raised his head and laughed heartily. Halfway through his sentence, he waved his hand and nodded his head. Then, I will have to trouble you four to lead the way. I will follow behind you in case a stranger suddenly appears and frightens others. Chapter 50-39. The Forbidden Land of Red Mist. Like the Shao Kong Forbidden Land, the Forbidden Land of Red Mist also had 4 desolate venerable old monsters. Moreover, these 4 desolate venerable old monsters were all a kind of starry sky python. Quasi to be exact, all the starry sky ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Land of Red Mist were a kind of colored python. Moreover, this kind of colored python reproduced singly. Therefore, all the colored pythons in the Forbidden Land were female. The reason why the Forbidden Land was named so was because this kind of colored python would always emit a colorful light when it breathed in and out in the void. It was like a dense fog, which was very beautiful. And moreover, perhaps because they felt that the appearance of their colored python was too frightening, all the colored pythons in the Forbidden Land of Red Mist would usually transform into the appearance of the survivors. Originally, they were all female colored pythons. When they transformed into the appearance of the survivors, they were naturally all delicate and beautiful women. Even on the surface of the abandoned stars in the Forbidden Land of Red Mist, there were a large number of buildings suitable for the survivors to live in. If those who entered without knowing the details would most likely think that they had entered a remnant star area full of stunning beauties. In short, the entire Forbidden Land of Red Mist was full of singing and dancing life. These colored pythons had beautiful appearances and liked beautiful things, so the entire Forbidden Land of Red Mist was extremely beautiful. But these days, the originally peaceful Forbidden Land of Red Mist was shrouded in a layer of gloomy clouds, and there was an incomparably oppressive aura in the void. The reason for this was naturally because of everything in the demonic antelope Forbidden Land adjacent to the right. Although the overall strength of the demonic antelope Forbidden Land was weaker than the Forbidden Land of Red Mist and the Shao Kong Forbidden Land, the difference was extremely limited. But, just these days, the entire demonic antelope Forbidden Land was experiencing a real starry sky massacre. This incomparably huge army of outsiders suddenly invaded here, and in a short period of time, they killed all 4 desolate venerable old monsters and dozens of desolate antiquity experts in the Forbidden Land of Red Mist. This was not the end. After wiping out the entire upper echelon of the Forbidden Land of Red Mist, this army actually rushed into the star field of the demonic antelope Forbidden Land. Look! From the looks of it, the black-skinned old pig clearly intended to kill all the beasts in the Forbidden Ground, turning it into a land of death. This scene made the countless starry sky-colored pythons in the forbidden area of Sunrise feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. An existence with such a terrifying cultivation base, temperament, and methods had suddenly appeared right next to their lair. Anyone would be deeply worried about it. Compared to the ruthlessness and brutality of the army of outsiders, the starry sky-colored python, who had always been fond of beautiful things, was almost like a weak little lamb. If he really lived with them for a long time, wouldn't he have to live in fear every day in the future? The countless starry sky-colored pythons in the Forbidden Land of Dawn Mist paid close attention to the bloody slaughter in the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land. An entire 10 days later, when more than a third of the countless ferocious beasts in the entire Devil Antelope Forbidden area had perished, this slaughter finally stopped. At this moment, the forbidden area of Sunglow was already filled with the howling of the wind. Sukusome of the starry sky-colored pythons were stunned by this terrifying and ruthless method. They felt as if they were sitting on a carpet of needles, unable to calm down. In the center of the forbidden area of Sunglow was a huge abandoned star. Although it was an abandoned star, after many years of careful construction, this star now had a lot of vitality. Not only did it have an ocean, but it also had a green vegetation covering it. This was extremely rare on the right bank of the Milky Way. Silver in the right bank of the river, there were a large number of abandoned planets that were piled up in the most powerful forbidden lands and stellar regions. In fact, they were all moved here from other parts of the primordial void by the almighty existences of the forbidden lands. After all, they had been guarding the right bank of the Milky Way all this time, and they did not know when the Milky Way star domain would be fully opened and they would be able to enter. Therefore, this time must have been very long, and those who came early had been guarding here for countless years. Total, they could not be lying in the void all the time, right? That was why those almighty existences had continuously moved a large number of abandoned planets from other parts of the primordial void to this place. That was why the planets in the most powerful forbidden lands and the most powerful stellar regions on the right bank of the Milky Way were so densely packed together. No, because in the primordial void, apart from the source hive star that still had life, all the other stars had already experienced the passage of countless years and had long since entered the primordial void. Like the gigantic planet at the center of the forbidden land of sunrise had green vegetation. While it might not be unique, it was not far from it. Only the colored python clan would have the patience to carefully take care of a planet that had long since entered the brink of death, allowing it to regain some vitality. However, this was not the case. Such a star that was brimming with vitality was obviously not something that could be taken care of in a short period of time. Even in the entire restricted area of sunglow, there was only one such star. Where therefore, the four desolate supremacy of the starry sky-colored python clan all lived on this star. Here at this moment, a group of beautiful female cultivators gathered in a gorgeous palace on the peak of the tallest mountain in the star. The magnificent palace that stood at the peak of the towering mountain was where the four desolate supremacy old monsters of the colored python clan discussed matters. As for their cave dwellings, they were scattered throughout the planet. After all, some of them were cultivating, while others were in seclusion. To avoid disturbing each other, it was impossible for them to live together. There were many figures in the palace, about 200 to 300 of them, and they were all universe supremacy of the starry sky-colored python clan. Among them, there were about 40 almighty beings in the middle of the primordial void, and the rest were all universe supremacies. The four figures sitting in the palace were all primordial void supremacy. All the upper echelons of the colored python clan in the main hall were female cultivators with graceful figures and gorgeous appearances. At a glance, it was as if one had entered a country of women, causing one's eyes to light up. Even the four desolate venerables from the colored python clan sitting in the main hall had lived for countless years, but the female cultivators they transformed into were extremely young. Their waists were slender, and their temperaments and appearances were among the best. She was probably not too far off from the 7 great beauties of the primordial world, who were once the most beautiful cultivators in the primordial world. Yes, although all the female cultivators in the palace were beautiful, they were all gloomy, and they looked pitiful. Sisters, what do you think of the suggestion of the four desolate supremacy of the Shao Kong Forbidden Land? After pondering for a while, the red-dressed beauty, who was the strongest among the four desolate venerables, had already reached the 6th order desolate venerable realm. She was only one step away from reaching the 7th order desolate venerable realm. She looked at the other 3. After a short pause, she said, "That black-skinned boar monster has gone to the Shao Kong Forbidden Land. It seems that he is not ambitious. He is obviously trying to find out the truth of the Shao Kong Forbidden Land. The war in the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land has just been extinguished, and he suddenly made such a move. It seems that he is not easy to deal with. He is too decisive, and our Xia Hei's Forbidden Land will not be able to escape from his covetous eyes." Chapter 50-40. According to the news from the 4 old monsters of the Shao Kong Forbidden Land, the black-skinned boar monster has already gone to the Shao Kong Forbidden Land. It seems that this person's ambition is not enough. He is clearly trying to find out the truth of the Shao Kong Forbidden Land, the war in the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land has just been extinguished, and he suddenly made such a move. This person's character is definitely not ordinary. Our Xia AI Forbidden Land will definitely not be able to escape his covetous eyes. As she turned to look at the other three people, the red-dressed beauty's face became more worried as she spoke. Omitted after a pause, a wry smile appeared on her face. She shook her head and sighed. Although our Xia AI Forbidden Land and the Shao Kong Forbidden Land's overall strength are about the same, we are all delicate female cultivators after all. We give people the feeling that we are easier to bully than the Shao Kong Forbidden Land, so, if the black-skinned boar monster figures out the general situation of the two Forbidden Lands and prepares to attack, it will most likely choose our Xia AI Forbidden Land first. If we ask for help from the Shao Kong Forbidden Land at that time, I'm afraid it will be too late. And we will also be in an extremely passive situation. So, we have to take the initiative before the black-skinned boar monster attacks our Xia AI Forbidden Land. The four old guys of the Shao Kong Forbidden Land don't have good intentions. Their suggestion is for us to lure the black-skinned boar monster into the Xia AI Star Vortex and activate the Xia AI Illusory Formation to trap it forever. But if that's the case, wouldn't our Xia AI Star Vortex be completely destroyed? When she spoke up to hear, the beautiful woman in a violet dress who possessed a cultivation that was merely inferior to the beautiful woman in a red dress frowned, and her voice revealed a wisp of unwillingness that was dense to the point of being impossible to disperse. The Sunglow stellar vortex is formed from the bloodline Sunglow energy emitted by the breathing of countless multicolored pythons in the forbidden area of Sunglow. It is the holy land of our colored python clan. Usually, when the colored pythons in the clan need to break through to a higher realm, they will enter the Xia AI Star Vortex for seclusion and use the endless bloodline power of the Xia AI Star Vortex to successfully break through. Although the power of the fog in the stellar vortex can form an illusory array, it can confine a true heavenly Dao realm expert, much less a peak desolate supremacy at the ninth step of perfection. As long as they haven't reached the mid-stages, they can be trapped in an illusory world forever. They will be in a daze, unable to escape. But in that case, a powerful enemy will be trapped in the vortex of stars. Once the illusory formation is activated, none of the clansmen of our colored python clan will be able to enter. In the future, no matter who it is, if they want to break through the bottleneck of a major realm, they will have to rely on luck and fortune. As such, as time goes by, the overall strength of our colored python clan will be affected. The consequences were obviously very serious, and it affected the future of the entire colored python race. It was a matter of great importance. The beautiful woman in the red dress had gathered all the higher-ups with cultivation levels above Universe Supreme to discuss this matter. As soon as the woman finished speaking, all the higher-ups of the colored python clan in the hall looked at each other and fell silent. The purple-robed woman was right. There was not the slightest element of exaggeration. This matter was indeed too important. It was indeed difficult to make a decision easily. However, the situation described by the woman in the red dress was serious, but it was also a fact that could not be ignored. It was obviously imminent. If there were no accidents, the four old guys in the Shao Kong Forbidden Land would soon arrive with that black-skinned boar monster. If they had not made a decision by then, it would be difficult to lure it out if they missed the best opportunity. Hull, friends of the Xia AI Forbidden Land, I am Pig Tyrant of the Magic Hall. I am here to visit you. Just as the higher-ups of the Starry Sky-colored python clan in the hall were hesitating, a high-pitched howl suddenly came from the edge of the Forbidden Land star zone. Then, a muffled voice of divine sense came. Although this person was very powerful, his voice of divine sense enveloped the entire Forbidden Land star zone. All the starry sky-colored pythons on countless abandoned stars could hear it clearly. Not only did this howl appear abruptly, but it also revealed an inexplicable sense of strangeness, as if it had just been injected with chicken blood, giving people a feeling of excessive excitement and excitement. Brain, as these thoughts flashed through their minds, the countless beautiful female cultivators on the abandoned stars in the Forbidden Land star zone turned pale. Some of the more timid ones had already turned pale, and even their bodies were trembling slightly. In fact, not to mention the beautiful female cultivators who were transformed from ordinary starry sky-colored pythons on countless abandoned stars, even the hundreds of higher-ups of the colored python clan in the clan hall on the towering peak of the giant star in the center of the Forbidden Land star zone trembled slightly at this moment. All of them changed their expressions. This black boar monster was too powerful. It was a peak desolate venerable at the great perfection of the 9th level, which was half a step into the way of heaven. With such a terrifying cultivation and strength, even if the 4 desolate venerables of the colored python clan on the high seats in the hall joined forces, they would definitely not be its match. Instead, they would provoke it. Thinking, when they witnessed this scene, the figures of the 400-plus higher-ups of the colored python clan in the hall shook violently once more, and their expressions were even more humiliated and furious. They gritted their teeth and clenched their fists tightly, and they seemed as if they would rather die than submit and fight desperately. This dark-skinned boar has really come. Judging from the excitement in its long howl, it seems like it has gone mad. This venerable's previous deduction is clearly wrong. With a gloomy expression, the beautiful woman in red immediately stood up and said through gritted teeth, "This guy is actually a dead boar. I'm afraid that if he attacks our Forbidden Land star zone, it won't be like how it was in the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land, where it will be a bloody massacre. This dead boar must be coveting our beauty. The countless colored pythons in our clan will become his. This is absolutely not allowed. It seems like we don't have a choice. In order to prevent countless clansmen from being enslaved by this black boar, the only choice is to find a way to lure it into the starry sky star vortex and then activate the starry sky illusory formation to trap it forever." At this point, the beautiful woman in red turned to look at all the higher-ups of the colored python clan in the hall. Seeing that no one had any objections, she heaved a sigh of relief and turned to look at the other 3 desolate venerables of the colored python clan. A determined expression appeared on her face as she continued, "At that time, one of the 4 of us will be responsible for luring it into the starry sky star vortex. This person will be chosen by that black boar himself. Whoever he is more interested in will be led into the starry sky star vortex. Whether or not we can successfully charge out before the illusory formation is activated will depend on our own luck. For the sake of the entire clan, even if we have to sacrifice ourselves." Chapter 50-41. For the entire race, even if it's a sacrifice, it's fine. After saying this, the beautiful woman in the red dress had a resolute expression on her face. It was obvious that even she was mentally prepared to lead Old Pig Spirit into the astral vortex of multicolored clouds. The other party was a peak desolate supremacy at the 9th stage perfection realm, which was equivalent to a half-step heavenly Dao realm expert. Even with the woman's 6th stage desolate supremacy cultivation level, if she was in charge of luring him into the rosy dawn stellar vortex, she would have to stay by his side. Under such circumstances, under the premise of ensuring that the other party would not rush out of the stellar vortex, it was basically impossible for her to successfully rush out of the stellar vortex before the rosy dawn illusory array was fully activated. Also, in other words, this was equivalent to sacrificing herself. Furthermore, it was not just a simple sacrifice. Once the rosy dawn illusory array was activated, she would be trapped in the stellar vortex with that darn perverted pig. Facing a half-step heavenly Dao realm expert at the 9th stage perfection realm, she might not even be able to get what she wanted. That represented humiliation, but for the race, this was the only choice. As they looked at each other, the 4-colored python race's desolate supremacies nodded silently. Their faces were filled with determination, and they were prepared to sacrifice themselves. Following that, the 4 of them soared into the sky at the same time and rushed out of the star, heading for the edge of the forbidden Rosy Dawn stellar domain. The Rosy Dawn stellar vortex was located in the deepest part of the forbidden stellar domain. And if they wanted to lure the darn black-skinned pig into the stellar vortex and activate the illusory array to seal him, they had to at least invite him into the stellar domain first. Then, they would cater to him, feigning civility, and slowly plotting. Here at that moment, at the edge of the forbidden Rosy Dawn stellar domain, there were 5 figures standing in the void, waiting. 5 these figures had all transformed into the appearance of survivors. Among the 4 elders, there was a burly, dark-faced man. They were Old Pig Spirit and company that had rushed over from the rosy void forbidden ground. The dark-faced man was Old Pig Spirit, and the 4 elders were the 4 desolate supremacies of the rosy void forbidden ground. Along the way, the 5 of them had some conversations and were now familiar with each other. However, although the Old Pig Spirit was a peak desolate venerable at the 9th rank great perfection and a powerful half-step heavenly way. However, the forbidden area of rosy mist was filled with delicate and beautiful female cultivators, so he really couldn't be too rash. If he were to charge in directly, then it would truly be too disrespectful. Thus, after he arrived here, he waited silently at the edge of the star field. In fact, the Old Pig Spirit came to the forbidden land of sunrise this time with the intention of winning the beauty's heart, but he didn't intend to use force at all. The mission that Yi Xian gave him was to lead the Magic Hall army into the primordial chaos and seize a suitable forbidden area on the right bank of the Milky Way as a shelter for the Magic Hall army. He had completed this mission, and he did not know what had happened on the right bank of the Milky Way. The giant void tortoise that was stronger than him had disappeared, and powerful old monsters like Desolate Zune were guarding the most powerful forbidden lands and most powerful star regions. Under such circumstances, the Old Pig Spirit clearly did not intend to continue making a fuss. He was afraid. After all, with the demonic pig's 9 transformations bloodline divine ability state, he was now a peak desolate supremacy at the great perfection of rank 9, which was equivalent to a half-step heavenly Tao realm expert. However, in other words, even in the primordial chaos, he could go anywhere. But now, he still had the entire Magic Hall's 6 legions by his side. If he were to continue killing and making a fuss, and if he were to incur the wrath of the masses on the right bank of the Milky Way, a large number of desolate supremacies from the various forbidden lands and star regions would join forces to suppress him. With just him, the 7 beautiful cultivators, and the black-robed desolate supremacy, it would be a huge mess if they were unable to withstand it. Class at that time, he would not even be able to answer to Yi Xian. This time, the reason why the Old Pig Spirit left the forbidden land of rosy mist immediately after settling everything in the forbidden land of demonic antelope was to go to the rosy mist forbidden land, and then take advantage of the situation to come to the forbidden land of sunrise under the invitation of the 4 desolate supremacies of the rosy mist forbidden land. His only purpose was to get close to the higher-ups of the 2 neighboring forbidden lands, and to hear them acknowledge the existence of the Magic Hall. He did not expect that the other party would misunderstand his intentions, and had secretly made arrangements to lure him into the starry mist vortex deep in the forbidden land of sunrise, to open the illusion array and trap him. Of course, since the forbidden land of sunrise was full of beautiful female cultivators transformed by the starry sky-colored python, then he could take advantage of this opportunity to bring some of the female cultivators back and settle them in the newly refined Luan carriage in the future. The old pig had this idea, but he did not intend to use force at all. On one hand, he did not intend to cause any more trouble and fall out with the higher-ups of the forbidden land of sunrise. From then on, the Magic Hall would be safe and sound, and it would have a huge impact on the future. On the other hand, it was because he was still very confident in himself. Even Yi Xian, who turned into an ugly big monkey, could make the 7 beautiful cultivators fall in love with him. He was so mighty, how could no female cultivator like him? These thoughts flashed through the old pig's mind, and the smile on the old pig's face became more brilliant. His chest, which was originally high, was puffed forward again. He felt that he was extraordinary, but he did not know that his fat body, dark skin, and proud expression on his face, not to mention the female cultivators in the forbidden land of sunrise who liked beautiful things, even the 4 desolate venerable old monsters who came here with him were already twitching their mouths. They would vomit if they forced themselves to look at him. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After waiting for a while, a sharp sound suddenly came from the depths of the star field in front of him. Looking around, 4 figures were coming together, 1 in front and 3 behind. These 4 people were the strongest in the entire forbidden land of Xia Haze. They were also the 4 desolate venerables of the starry sky-colored Python clan. Now, they had all transformed into young and beautiful women. Not only were their appearances excellent, but their figures were also extremely graceful. Their waists were so small that they could be held with one's hand. This beautiful woman, with such a stunning beauty and such a beautiful figure, even if the real masters of the remnant people knew that they were all transformed from starry sky-colored pythons, they would not be able to control themselves when they suddenly saw them. At this time, seeing the arrival of the 4 desolate venerable old monsters of the starry sky-colored python clan, the 4 old monsters of the forbidden land of Xiao Kong, who had always been very confident about their appearances and figures, immediately showed a proud smile on their faces. Next, after subconsciously exchanging glances with each other, the 4 old men turned to look at the old pig spirit at the same time. In their opinion, the old pig spirit was extremely lecherous, so when he suddenly saw such a beautiful and delicate young female cultivator, his mouth was probably dripping with saliva. However, the truth shocked them greatly. The old pig did open his mouth wide, but no saliva flowed out. Instead, his eyes widened, and he looked like he had seen a ghost. After being stunned for 2 seconds, his face darkened, and he muttered involuntarily, "She is too thin, isn't she? She is so ugly that she can fly out of the sky. This pig is so disappointed." Chapter 50-42. Isn't this too thin? It's so ugly that it rushes out of the sky. This pig is so disappointed. Seeing the arrival of the 4 desolate elders from the forbidden land, the old pig spirit immediately opened his mouth wide, but no saliva flowed out. While his eyes were wide open, and his expression was like he had seen a ghost. After being stunned for 2 seconds, his face sank, and he muttered in an incomparably speechless voice, "The 4 desolate Zuns from the forbidden land of Rosy Dawn were indeed not in line with his standards of beauty. In fact, even the 7 beautiful cultivators of the untainted land such as Shizhu and Hanba, as well as the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, were the same. Old, the pig spirit liked plump beauties, preferably a fat sow with white skin. Of course, if he wanted to become a remnant instead of a sow, although it was a little regretful, as long as he could be a little chubbier, in fact, it was barely acceptable, at least, it should be no problem to use him as a maid to show off. However, these 4 desolate supremacies from the forbidden land of sunrise were too ridiculous. Not only were they ugly, but they were also skinny to this extent. One look and one could tell that they were malnourished. It was clear that they had not fully grown before they ran out. The thought of "not yet fully grown" popped up in his mind. Based on this point alone, it could be seen how dissatisfied the old pig spirit was at the moment. At this moment, whether it was the 4 old guys from the forbidden land or the 4 beautiful desolate elders from the forbidden land in front of them, they all opened their mouths wide at the same time. They stared at the old pig spirit in a daze, wondering if they had heard wrongly just now. Too thin? Ugly, rushing out of the sky? Brain, these thoughts flashed through their minds, and the 8 people only felt a roar in their minds. They were almost knocked to the ground by the thunder, especially the 4 beautiful desolate elders from the forbidden land in front of them. They were so angry that their noses were crooked. Silver, the powerful figures of the remote antiquity and the supreme masters of the remote antiquity in the forbidden land of the right bank of the river, whether it was the ferocious beasts of the stars or the remnant experts, which one of them was not secretly coveting their beauty? The reputation of the 4 beauties of the right bank wasn't something that could be casually called out. It was obvious to all that they were popular. Live after such a long time, this was the first time they had heard someone use the word "ugly" to describe them. Moreover, it was so ugly that it was out of this world. Was there still any law in this world? It was simply intolerable. On the other side, the 4 old guys from the Shao Kong forbidden land were also shocked. On the way here, they thought of all kinds of possibilities, but they never thought that this lecherous black-skinned old pig, after seeing the 4 Huang Zun old monsters of the right bank of the Forbidden Land, would actually describe them as ugly to the sky. It was only at this moment that they suddenly realized a fact that had been overlooked, and that was this fellow's bloodline. It was a pig. In the eyes of a pig, a so-called beauty was naturally a white and fat female pig. Even if it wasn't a pig beast, at least it was whiter and fatter. The 4 beautiful desolate venerables in the Forbidden Land of Mist were white enough, but their figures were not fat at all. Each of them were like skinny spirits. How could they enter the eyes of a pig? A miscalculation. Dang, it was really a miscalculation, almost spoiling the big plan. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 4 old guys immediately exchanged glances again. Then, their faces were full of smiles, looking at the old pig spirit. They immediately remedied the situation and patiently guided it. I'm afraid fellow pig tyrant has misunderstood a little. It's too early to say that you're disappointed. Yes, the 4 friends of the Xia Hei's Forbidden Land have always been in seclusion, so their figures are slim. However, in the Xia Hei's Forbidden Land, there are still many plump and beautiful female cultivators. They are all white and fat. Isn't that so? Fat and cute. If this old man didn't guess wrongly, fellow Daoist pig tyrant should like this type, right? Ha ha ha, great minds think alike. I'm the same. I don't like those who are too slim. They don't have the feeling of being chubby. It's better to have some fat. The more fat, the more beautiful. These words made the 4 old guys almost vomit in order to please the old pig spirit. Fortunately, their efforts were not in vain. Hearing their words, the expression on the old pig spirit's face eased a lot. Even his originally dim eyes once again burst forth with the light of hope. Look! This guy really likes the fat type. He really has the taste of a pig. This is too heavy, they secretly criticized in their hearts. The 4 old guys' hearts that were in their throats slowly settled down. As they spoke, they looked at the 4 beautiful desolate venerables of the Xia Hei's Forbidden Land who were not far away in the void. Although they did not speak, on one hand, it was because they had been neighbors for many years and were already very familiar with each other. On the other hand, it was because they had secretly sent a message just now. Therefore, even if it was just a simple exchange of glances, the 4 beautiful desolate venerables of the Xia Hei's Forbidden Land still instantly understood what they meant. At this moment, after the anger in their hearts gradually subsided, their hearts that were in their throats also fell back to their chests. Since there was a problem with this damn black pig's aesthetic standards, and it was a major problem, then at least they and the colored python clan in the Forbidden Land could be saved. By unexpectedly, all the colored pythons were the same as them. Their waists could only be grasped with one hand, as if they would be broken by the wind at any time. This old pig spirit obviously did not like this type, and he was extremely disgusted. In his eyes, they were so ugly that they could rush out of the sky. Although there was no need to worry about the safety of their clansmen in this regard, there was no doubt about the black-skinned pig spirit's ferocity and ruthlessness. This had been clearly stated before. The entire demon antelope Forbidden Land was the best example, a lesson to be learned. So therefore, since today's matter had developed to such an extent, it was naturally impossible to stop here. No matter what, they had to take advantage of this opportunity to lure the other party into the Xia Hei's star vortex and activate the illusion array to trap them. Brain as these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 4 beautiful desolate venerables immediately laughed, and continued to speak in agreement. So it's fellow Taoist pig tyrant. I'm sorry for not going out to meet you. I'm really rude. Coincidentally, I have a sister in the Xia Hei's Forbidden Land who is at the great perfection of the 9th rank. She is now in seclusion in the Xia Hei's star vortex, trying to break through to the desolate venerable realm. After she transformed into the appearance of a survivor, her weight was 888 kilograms. We 4 sisters added together and doubled to be comparable to her. If I'm not wrong, fellow Taoist pig tyrant should like this type. This is just right. I'll now lead fellow Taoist pig tyrant to the Xia Hei's star vortex. That sister in the clan will be out of seclusion soon. If she sees such a mighty and extraordinary fellow Daoist for the first time after she comes out of seclusion, she will be extremely happy. This is a good thing that should not be delayed. Fellow Daoist pig tyrant, why don't we go immediately? Chapter 50-43. Misty Star Vortex? What's that? Upon hearing that there was actually a powerful figure in the misty forbidden land who was a half-step desolate supremacy at the peak of the 9th step, who weighed 888 pounds and was white and fat, Old Pig Spirit's eyes immediately lit up. No, however, he was not reckless. He still kept an eye on the misty star vortex that he had never heard of before. He immediately asked, from this point of view, it was clear that he was truly moved by this beautiful, white, and plump female cultivator who weighed 888 kilograms. On the one hand, it was really rare to meet such a fat female cultivator. On the other hand, her cultivation level was very compatible with him. If it would be even better if he successfully broke through this time and stepped into the supreme desolate supremacy realm. At that time, he would be a peak desolate supremacy at the peak of the 9th step, a half-step heavenly Tao realm existence. With a white and fat beautiful female cultivator who weighed 888 pounds serving him, just based on this point, his power would not be weaker than Yi Xian. Didn't the 7 beautiful female cultivators around him just step into the first step desolate supremacy realm? That is, even if this beautiful female cultivator who he had never met did not successfully break through this time and was still a powerful figure at the peak of the 9th step, which was a half-step desolate supremacy, it would be fine. In the future, with a little help from him, a successful breakthrough would be a sure thing. Who knows, the other party might be more grateful because of this and be more loyal to him. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Old Pig Spirit could be said to be deliberately moving. Finally, there was a hint of drool at the corner of his mouth. When this scene fell into the eyes of the 4 beautiful desolate supremacies of the misty forbidden land, it immediately made them happy. After exchanging glances again, the 4 of them continued to speak. In order to dispel Old Pig Spirit's last bit of doubt, they patiently explained, "Fellow Daoist tyrant pig, I'm sure you know that when my colored python clan breathes in and out in the void, there will always be a 7-colored light. It's like a dense fog, and it's very beautiful. The name of the forbidden area is also because of this. That multicolored stellar vortex was formed from the multicolored pythons of my multicolored fog forbidden land's multicolored fog bloodline multicolored fog energy, accumulating for countless years. It is the holy land of our colored python clan. Usually, when the colored pythons of our clan need to break through to a higher realm, they will enter the vortex of stars and enter seclusion. With the help of the endless mist and bloodline power, they will successfully break through. Otherwise, breaking through from 9th rank great perfection to 1st rank desolate supremacy is not something that can be done so easily. That plump sister of mine is also due to the help of the rosy cloud star vortex. This little girl is certain that she will come out in the next 2 days. After all, he has been in seclusion for a year." Hearing this, Old Pig Spirit was immediately relieved. Since the rosy stellar vortex was the sacred grounds of the Starry Sky Python clan, then only the experts of the clan were allowed to enter it when they were breaking through a realm. This obviously showed that it was an extremely important place of resources. Since that was the case, there naturally wouldn't be any danger inside. Furthermore, with his peak desolate supremacy cultivation at the 9th step perfection realm, so what if a half-step heavenly Tao realm expert was a little dangerous? Then, this plump fellow Daoist of the colored python clan was only at the peak of the 9th stage of the mighty figure realm, but she was safe and sound inside. Why should he be worried? As the dignified pig tyrant of the magic hall, he was so mighty and extraordinary. Even the 8 desolate supremacies of the Sikong Forbidden Land and the Rosy Clouds Forbidden Land, who met for the first time, deliberately flattered him and tried to matchmake him. If he was too cautious and fell into their eyes, they would mistakenly think that he was timid. Wouldn't that be too embarrassing? First thinking of this, Old Pig Spirit immediately made a decision. He puffed up his chest, waved his big hand, and said in a muffled voice, "Plump 888? This pig is really looking forward to it. Since the 8 of you are so kind, this pig will be impolite to refuse. What are you waiting for? Just lead the way in front. The 8 old guys were waiting for this sentence. Hearing this, they were overjoyed and didn't say anything else. Their faces were full of smiles. Immediately, the 4 beautiful desolate supremacies of the rosy clouds forbidden land led the way in front, while the 4 old guys from the Sikong forbidden land accompanied old pig spirit behind. A group of people rose into the sky, entered the rosy clouds forbidden land from the edge, and shot towards the deepest part of the star field, rosy clouds, in the universe void deep in the rosy clouds forbidden land, whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a weak sound of breaking through the air sounded. 9 people, 4 in front and 5 behind, shot out from the edge of the star field. It was old pig spirit and his group. After entering the forbidden land star field, old pig spirit's divine scent spread out and swept across the stars along the way, seeing countless female cultivators. Unfortunately, although these female cultivators had fair skin, their bodies were too thin. They were like ribs, which didn't satisfy his appetite. This, under such circumstances, his expectation for the plump female cultivator he had never met was naturally stronger. 9 They were all desolate supremacies. Their speed was originally very fast. After galloping all the way, they soon arrived at the depths of the rosy clouds forbidden land. At this time, looking up, 10 billion miles away in the void ahead, a colorful star vortex came into view. This star vortex was very beautiful. From the outside, the star vortex's overall diameter was about 100 million miles. However, this kind of star vortex must have another world inside. Therefore, if there were no accidents, the void inside the star vortex was at least 100 billion miles wide, such a beautiful star vortex, and it was the holy land of the colorful Python clan. Naturally there wouldn't be any danger. In fact, even if there was, old pig spirit wouldn't care at this moment. He was very confident in his cultivation strength. Even more, what's more, he had never thought that what he had experienced just now was just a pig trap set by the 8 desolate Zun old monsters of the Xiaya forbidden land and the Sikong forbidden land. Moreover, the so-called beautiful female cultivator who was as fat as a pig did not exist at all. At this place, they were only 10 billion miles away from the colorful star vortex ahead. All 9 of them were desolate supremacies, and they could reach it in a moment. However, the 4 beautiful desolate supremacies of the rosy clouds forbidden land who were leading the way in front stopped at the same time. Old pig spirit and the 4 old guys of the rosy clouds forbidden land who were following behind also stopped abruptly. Fellow Daoist pig tyrant, in front of us is the holy land of the colorful Python clan, the rosy cloud star vortex. That girl, Fatty, should be able to smoothly break through tomorrow or the day after tomorrow and come out of seclusion. This is already an extremely joyous matter. If you add on the fact that she saw such a mighty and extraordinary fellow Daoist pig tyrant right after coming out of seclusion, she would be secretly delighted. This is simply a double blessing. At this time, it's naturally inconvenient for us to be present. That girl Fatty has never had a Daoist companion. It's not an exaggeration to say that she's still in a boudoir. She will be shy. Therefore, we can't accompany you into the star vortex, but we will wait outside the star vortex. Here, we congratulate you in advance for successfully getting the beauty. Chapter 50-44. Woo, Fatty? What a good name. This pig has a feeling when I hear it. Listening to the compliments of the 8 old fellows, the old pig spirit, whose heart was filled with Fatty's beautiful figure, was completely floating. In his excitement, he raised his head and let out a heaven-shaking howl. At the same time, he no longer hesitated. His entire body turned into a black streak of light, like a black bolt of lightning streaking across the void, and shot forward in an instant. It was too fast, and it gave off an extremely impatient feeling. In less than 3 breaths of time, this black lightning-like light had already charged into the colorful vortex of stars in the void 10 billion kilometers ahead, and then it disappeared. Now is the time. The moment the black light disappeared, the face of the woman in the red dress, who was the strongest among the 4 beautiful female cultivators of the forbidden land of red mist, suddenly sank, and she screamed in an instant, "Ruthless! Ruthless, Xiao! Xiao Xiao Xiao!" One, without waiting for her scream to fade, the 4 beautiful desolate sovereigns of the forbidden land of red mist, including the beautiful woman in the red dress, had already made their move at the same time. At the same time, the expressions on the faces of the 4 people also became ferocious. Their eyes shot out a sinister light, and they no longer had the beautiful look from before. Instead, they were incomparably ferocious, causing one's hair to stand on end. Following that, with a wave of his hand, 4 pink rays of light shot out. They were faster than the black ray of light that the pig spirit had transformed into. In less than half a breath, they had already disappeared into the vortex of stars. A few in the next moment, the motionless colorful star vortex in front began to slowly rotate from the center of the vortex to the outside. In the void, one could vaguely hear a low and extremely weak strange buzzing sound. It was like a demonic sound that corroded one's bones, and it was extremely uncomfortable when it entered one's ears. Oh whoa, illusion, why is there an illusion? Damn it, the entire star vortex has changed, turning into an illusory maze hundreds of billions of miles away. This pig has been fooled, I fell for your handsome pig trap. Damn it, oh whoa, in the next moment, a long howl that shook the heavens suddenly came from the pink vortex of stars ahead, and it was followed by Pig's roar that was filled with boundless rage and unwillingness. In the face of all this, the 4 beautiful desolate venerables of the forbidden land of red mist breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at each other and smiled. Then, they turned around at the same time and looked at the 4 old guys from the forbidden land of Xiao Kong. Fellow Daoists, the 4 of us are basically the ones doing the work this time. All of you are just watching from the side, not to mention that our Starry Sky Python clan of the forbidden area has paid a huge price for the sake of sealing this old fellow who possesses an extremely terrifying cultivation here. Our entire clan has lost their ancestral grounds. Even though the countless Starry Sky Pythons in the forbidden area can slowly accumulate their breaths and create another Starry Sky vortex, but that's something that will happen countless years later. So, in the profit distribution this time, our forbidden land of red mist will take the majority, 70%. This is non-negotiable. If you don't agree, we will immediately take action and release that old fellow again. That's right. When the time comes, we sisters can just become a little fatter and serve him. Hearing this, the 4 old guys from the forbidden land of Xiao Kong exchanged glances. Although they frowned slightly, they did not think for too long and soon nodded one after another. The 4 of you are right. This time, the forbidden land of dawn mist did contribute the most and paid a great price. You can take 70% of the harvest from the Demon Hall's star field. In that case, there's no need to delay any further. There's still a black-robed desolate venerable in the Magic Hall star field, but he's only a 2nd-level desolate venerable. Once he's killed, the entire Magic Hall army can be divided among us. Who would have thought that this time, it's a blessing in disguise. It's really surprising. Kakik. As they cackled, the 8 old men no longer hesitated. They immediately turned around and flew back the way they came. After a short while, they exited the forbidden area. Without the slightest delay, all the auras in their bodies surged out. They rushed murderously toward the original Devil Antelope's forbidden area that had just been conquered by the Demon Hall's army, at the same time, in an unknown location in the turbulent void. Counting the time, Yi Xian had entered the turbulent void from the fully integrated chaos world to search for the whereabouts of the 9 heavenly stars. It had been nearly 2 months. After several months, he hadn't gained anything. He hadn't found any trace of the 9 heavenly stars. On the other hand, because he hadn't stopped, he had consumed too much energy. Moreover, he had encountered 2 explosions in the space turbulence, which had wounded him a little. Yes, he had now stopped. He took out the Shenong treasure cauldron in the void and stepped into it. At the mouth of the cauldron, which was filled with 9-colored fog, he sat down cross-legged. While taking this opportunity to heal, he was ready to make another breakthrough and break through to the mid-level Desolate Venerable. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After everything was ready, as he waved his hand, a large number of faint sounds of breaking through the air could be heard. Rays of light shot out from his body and hovered in front of him. They were all cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body to make this breakthrough. Among them were the all-evil origin liquid, the 9-colored divine medicine, and various other top-grade cultivation resources. All of them were emitting an extremely dense energy aura. After calming down, Yi Xian took a deep breath. Without any hesitation, he compressed all the cultivation resources into the size of a nascent soul fist with the power of the Shenong treasure cauldron's domain. Then, he swallowed all of them into his stomach and quickly dissolved them. Whoosh! Rumble, the origin instantly dissolved in his body. Almost in the next moment, the clanking sound of chains could be heard, a majestic river of energy formed, accompanied by the sound of thunder that blotted out the sky. Yi Xian focused his attention and immediately began to circulate the great heavenly cycle time and time again, continuing until he completely refined it. When the huge river of energy disappeared from Yi Xian's meridians and completely merged with his soul and physical body, a full 3 days had passed. This time, his breakthrough was rather smooth, and he did not use much time. It was probably because he had overexerted himself and suffered some injuries. In addition, the magic hall had completely evacuated from the chaos world and entered the primordial void. A brand new chapter was about to begin, so it had something to do with the change in his state of mind. At this moment, when the huge river of energy in his body had completely dissolved, Yi Xian's eyes flashed coldly. He immediately thought of something. After accumulating energy for a single attack, the shackles and chains broke. In the next instant, the anticipated system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the next realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, 4th level Supreme Desolate Realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the Qi and Blood realm. Current realm, 4th level Supreme Desolate Realm. 4th level Supreme Desolate Realm. Following, with this breakthrough, his cultivation realm increased again. He was now a mid-level Supreme Desolate Realm. More importantly, as he entered the primordial void, the heavenly Tao's suppression of the 9 devil ape transformations bloodline ability finally disappeared. Chapter 50-45. While Yi Xian was in seclusion, the arch-beast was guarding him. For example, today, Yi Xian had successfully broken through and opened his eyes. It meant that the time for him to return had arrived. After spending nearly 2 months, he had failed to find any traces of the 9 heavenly stars. This meant that he had overlooked some factor. Even if he continued searching, there would be no results. Therefore Yi Xian decided to temporarily put this matter aside. He would return and do some inference. Once he had new clues and directions, he would continue his search. After all, as long as he was not in the primordial great world, the highest cultivation level he could reach was the heavenly Tao realm. Regardless of where he was, as long as he had clues, he could go no matter how far away it was. Swish! With a wave of his hand, the second stage heavenly Tao realm the arch-beast was kept into his undying world. Following that, he kept the farmer god cauldron as well. Yi Xian was prepared to return to the primordial chaos void. Back then, he was in the endless turbulent void. Even a heavenly Tao realm expert would find it difficult to accurately find the way back. This was also the reason why the primeval heavens I was so surprised when Yi Xian charged into the turbulent void from the primordial great world without any hesitation. He naturally did not know that Yi Xian had a devouring system in his body. Although he was being closely monitored and could detect any abnormality at any moment, the devouring system's normal operations were not restricted in any way. With the system title's interstellar coordinate traversal ability, Yi Xian could return at any time, including the primordial Great World and the primordial Chaos Void. This was because he had left behind a coordinate traversal mark in both the primordial Great World and the primordial Chaos Void. However, if there was nothing important, Yi Xian would not return to the primordial Great World. This time, he was heading to the primordial Chaos Void. Inverted, he was not worried about the Magic Hall's army. Now, the Magic Hall's army had 3 desolate supremacies in it. They were the black-robed desolate supremacy, the primordial porcupine in its 9 transformation state, and old pig spirit. The latter had the battle prowess of a peak desolate supremacy at the peak of the 9th step Great Circle. Leading the army of the Magic Hall into the primordial Chaos Void, there was nothing to worry about. This time, the interstellar coordinates he had locked onto were near the source nest star. Xiao. There was an almost imperceptible sound of something breaking through the air. Yi Xian's figure was instantly enveloped by a layer of dark light. Finally, it condensed into a single point and disappeared without a trace. Again, when he appeared again, he was already near the giant abandoned star not far from the source nest's headquarters in the primordial Chaos Void. Without stopping, he immediately rushed toward the source hive star. Although Yi Xian hadn't left the primordial void for long, only a few years or so, all of the subordinates in the Origin Nest Star base camp should have been in seclusion during these few years. The base camp of the Source Nest planet was located in a remote area. In this primordial void, it was like a paradise that had been forgotten by the world. Under such circumstances, all the experts in the star could calm down and use the various top resources left behind by Yi Xian before he left to improve their own cultivation. In fact, as the time of the end of the Great Desolation was getting closer and closer, the new primordial chaos era was about to begin. In the past few years, the heaven and earth spirit chi in the primordial chaos void had been continuously skyrocketing. With all these factors combined, it caused the strength of all the subordinates in the source nest star to increase greatly. Although Yi Xian had not returned yet, he had a rough idea of this. Xiao. With this thought, an imperceptible light appeared along with the sound of breaking through the air. His figure directly rushed toward the source nest star in the void ahead. Yi Xianxian's divine sense probed. The surroundings of the source nest star were extremely quiet. Even from far away, he could vaguely see the surface of the source nest star. There were some fierce beasts and demon cultivators patrolling. Xiao. His figure turned into a light and directly landed on the surface of the source nest star. The patrolling demon cultivators and fierce beasts immediately swarmed over, all of them were extremely happy. Following Yi Xian's figure swayed and went underground. He directly entered the inner space of the first layer of the life fortress. It was extremely vast, and there was no end in sight. The news of his sudden return had obviously been transmitted by the patrolling team on the surface of the star. A large number of space beasts were rushing over, all of them extremely excited. Among them, he could clearly see the figures of Gui Haidao, Zhang Qingyu, Nabashan, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, Zhuo Fengtai, and other demon cultivators. Bao, the 8 great guardian deities, Flying Centipede, and Old Monster Inji were also rushing over. Everyone was extremely excited. After so many years, the 8 great guardian deities, Flying Centipede, Old Monster Inji, Gui Haidao, and other trusted subordinates naturally had a good time with Yi Xian. As for their cultivation progress, Yi Xian was very satisfied. Over the past few years, all the trusted subordinates who had stayed in the source nest star had experienced an astonishing rise in strength. Following such today, Flying Centipede and Old Monster Inji were already supremes, and they were not far from the desolate antiquity era. Until, the 8 great guardian deities, Gui Haidao, Zhang Qingyu, Nabashan, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, Zhuo Fengtai, and the other leaders of the demon army were all universe masters, and they were at the late stage of this realm. They were not far from becoming universe supreme masters. As for the 20,000 great beings under Gui Haidao and Zhang Qingyu, without exception, all of them had the combat power of universe knights. Although they were only at the initial stage, as long as they were provided with a large amount of cultivation resources, it was believed that it would not be long before the 20,000 great beings of the demon army made great progress in cultivation again. 1. This demon army consisted of 20,000 universe knights. Even Yi Xian was extremely excited at the thought of its combat power. All this time, he had been nurturing the 20,000 great beings of the demon army under Gui Haidao and Song Qingyu as an elite trump card troop. All these years, he had invested countless top-notch cultivation resources, and now it seemed that the results were extremely shocking. However, this was not the end. Everything would continue. He had always wanted to see how far this elite demon army, which had followed him since the beginning, could reach in the end. In addition to the demon army, the ferocious beasts in the ferocious beasts army under the pig spirit's command had also improved tremendously. The last time Yi Xian left with old pig spirit, there were already 7 early-stage mighty figures in the ferocious beast army. Back when Yi Xian left, he had left behind a few pills of a level 28 great being. At that time, there were already 9 universe masters in this ferocious beast army. After a few decades, it was normal for 7 first-stage great beings to be born. And now, a few years had passed, and the other 2 universe supreme ferocious beasts had also stepped into the realm of great master. There were now a total of 9 great masters in the army of ferocious beasts. There were more than 1,000 universe knights and universe masters in the army, and the rest were at least emperors and above. With 10 million emperors, this was definitely an elite army of ferocious beasts. After so many years, now that they suddenly met again, Yi Xian and the generals under his command who were guarding the Source Nest headquarters could not help but play together for a while. Then they spread out their godly consciousness and secretly checked the left section of the right bank of the Milky Way. Not as expected, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically, and he cried out softly, "Damn it, the Magic Hall army is in trouble." Chapter 50-46. The location of the Source Nest Star Base Camp faced the middle section of the right bank of the Milky Way. While if one entered the primordial chaos void from the stellar vortex in the primordial chaos world's rising sun forbidden land, they would face the left section of the right bank of the Milky Way. Yi Xian had no plans on letting the Source Nest Star Base Camp appear for the time being. His subordinates in the base camp still needed to continue their seclusion to raise their cultivation levels. Therefore, he decided to find a strong forbidden land in the left section of the Milky Way's right bank as the Magic Hall's base camp. He tried his best not to get too close to the Source Nest Star Base Camp that faced the middle section of the Milky Way's right bank. All of this was what he had instructed Pig Spirit back then. And now, the old fellow had led the entire Magic Hall army into the primordial chaos void for more than 2 months. Even if the army's progress was relatively slow, they should have already arrived at the left section of the Milky Way's right bank. While Pig Spirit was a peak desolate supremacy at the 9th stage of perfection. Once he led the army to that location, there was no doubt that he would be able to seize a strong forbidden land in one battle. Yi Xian was now a 4th stage desolate supremacy. After activating the 9 Devil Ape transformations bloodline divine power, his cultivation level was at the 5th stage of the desolate supremacy. When he cast the bloodline divine power to the 9th transformation, his cultivation level would instantly soar by a large realm, reaching the terrifying 5th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. All of this was impossible in the primordial chaos world because it was suppressed by the heavenly Dao. The heavenly Dao did not recognize it, so any living being could only reach the peak desolate supremacy at the 9th stage of perfection. But here, there was no such restriction. With the support of a powerful 5th stage heavenly Dao realm cultivation level, even if Yi Xian was in the Source Nest Star Base Camp, he could secretly extend his spiritual perception and instantly probe the situation at the left section of the Milky Way's right bank. But what he saw with his divine sense was the scene of the Demon Hall's army being surrounded by 8 desolate Zune old monsters and about to launch an attack. But Pig Spirit was not around. He did not even show himself. Only the black-robed desolate supremacy was facing all of this outside the stellar domain occupied by the Magic Hall army. This infuriated Yi Xian. He did not know what had happened, but he knew that the situation was critical. Therefore, without any hesitation, he immediately activated the power in his body and teleported. Xiao, with an almost unnoticeable sound, his figure turned into a ray of light and rushed out of the source nest star in the blink of an eye. He rushed to the left section of the right bank of the Milky Way and disappeared into the void at the end of the line of sight. The magic hall was located in the star region where the forbidden grounds of the devil origin antelope were located. It had been a few days since old pig spirit left, but he had not returned. Over the past few days, the order in the magic hall had returned to normal. The battlefield in the void had been cleaned up, and the various armies had been assigned to different areas to rest and recuperate. While the countless ferocious beasts in the devil antelope forbidden land were also distributed. Such as today, this place was no longer the so-called devil antelope forbidden land. From the inside out, it had completely transformed into the star region of the magic hall. The pig spirit was still trapped in the astral vortex. The illusory formation of the astral vortex had been activated, and he could not find the exit at all. Therefore, if there was no special reason, it would be very difficult for the pig spirit to get out of the astral vortex by himself. Regarding this, the four beautiful desolate venerables of the hazy forbidden land were very confident, including the four old fellows from the Shaokong forbidden land. In their opinion, old pig spirit was trapped and there was no way for him to come out again. Then, the so-called magic hall army under his command, to them, was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. This magic hall army had a huge lineup. Not only were there ferocious beasts of the starry sky, but there were also survivors of the primordial era and even strange ships of outsiders. They were quite interested in this. Although there was a black-robed desolate sovereign in the army, as well as dozens of primordial age powerful figures, they did not care about such a small amount of high-end combat power. A casual attack from them could completely destroy the entire army of the demon halls. Deng, however, their objective was to divide up the spoils and not destroy them. So, the 8 old fellows didn't intend to engage in a wanton slaughter. They mainly intended to intimidate the enemy and try their best not to make a move while subduing the entire army of devil halls. After that, they would distribute the spoils according to the ratio they'd agreed upon earlier. When the 8 powerful desolate venerable old monsters came from the distant void, the black-robed desolate venerable who was guarding the magic hall star field was the first to sense it. His expression changed wildly, and he immediately rushed out of the star field and came to the edge of the star field. The 8 old fellows did not directly rush into the magic hall star field. Instead, they stopped in the void about 10 billion miles away from the edge of the star field. They lined up in a row, and the aura in their bodies was spreading, revealing a threatening intent. The 4 beautiful desolate venerables from the hazy forbidden land did not make a sound. In this kind of situation, it was better for the old monster from the Shaokong forbidden land to appear. At this time, the 4 old fellows had revealed a ferocious expression, which was more intimidating than the beautiful women. GGG. Old fellows, your magic hall's black-skinned pig monster can't come back. I'll give you the time it takes to burn a stick of incense to consider, and immediately surrender, otherwise, the entire magic hall and all those who resist will be killed without exception. After the formation stopped, the 4 old monsters from the Shaokong forbidden land immediately laughed strangely. The expression on their faces was smug, revealing a ferocious expression. However, they did not make a move, but instead made a sound to intimidate. By the black-robed desolate venerable was also a desolate venerable old monster. If he could be subdued, the hazy forbidden land where a group of female cultivators were would definitely not accept him. Then, he would naturally be assigned to the Shaokong forbidden land. In this way, the high-end battle strength of the Shaokong forbidden land would be unknowingly stronger. This is important. Therefore, if it was not for the fact that there was no hope, they would not want to kill the black-robed desolate venerable. Awoo. Just as the voice of the 4 old fellows' divine sense sounded, in the star field behind the black-robed desolate venerable, a shocking long howl sounded. This was the immemorial porcupine activating the bloodline ability of the demonic pig 9 transformations, rushing out from the star field. The long howl was very similar to that of the old pig spirit, and it suddenly shocked the 8 old fellows. When the immemorial porcupine rushed out and saw that he was not the old pig spirit, but a rank 1 desolate venerable, they sneered again. Gosh! So what if there is another desolate venerable old monster? With only a rank 1 cultivation base, he is still just cannon fodder. Boom! Rumble. At the same time, a thunderous rumble resounded, and a black palace that resembled a star charged out from the Devil Hall's star domain. The 7 gorgeous cultivators, including Corpse Ancestor and Drought Demon, were alarmed, and they activated the black palace to rush over. All 7 of them charged out from the palace and stood at the peak of the palace. The aura emanating from their bodies was at the First Order Primordial Exalt realm. This scene was so unexpected that the 8 old fellows were all stunned. Then, the eyes of the 4 old fellows from the Shao Kong Forbidden Land lit up, and the corners of their mouths were almost dripping with saliva. One of them even rubbed his hands excitedly and was extremely excited. Too beautiful, it's simply a peerless beauty. For friends, although we don't want them, these 7 women all belong to us. Chapter 50-47. In fact, when the primordial porcupine and the 7 gorgeous cultivators rushed out from the depths of the Magic Hall star field behind the black-robed desolate sovereign, the 8 old fellows from the Shao Kong Forbidden Land and the Xia Yen Forbidden Land, who were looking at the Magic Hall star field from a distance of billions of miles, were really shocked. The primordial porcupine was because his long howl was very similar to the old pig spirit, which was naturally scary. However, when he rushed out of the star field and revealed his strength as a first-order desolate sovereign, the 8 old fellows were relieved. But then, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, a black palace that was like a star shot out from the star field. There was clearly the aura of the desolate sovereign inside, and there was more than one. This scene also gave the 8 old fellows a big fright. After all, they only had the black-robed desolate sovereign level battle strength in the Magic Hall star field, but now, they appeared one after another, which meant that their judgment and speculation were wrong. This was very likely to be a big deal, so they were worried. Yes, when the black palace that was like a star also rushed out from the depths of the Devil Hall star region, and when the figures of Corpse Ancestor, Drought Demon, and the other 7 great beauty cultivators appeared, although the 8 old fellows were all stunned, their hearts that had just risen to their throats immediately fell back down. The Magic Hall could be considered extraordinary. No wonder there was such a huge army. In the entire force, including the black-skinned pig monster, there were a total of 10 desolate sovereigns. This number, even the desolate sovereigns of the Shao Kong Forbidden Land and the Xia Yen Forbidden Land added together, could not compare. At this moment, they were incomparably glad of their previous decision. Fortunately, they trapped the black-skinned pig monster. Otherwise, even if the black-skinned pig monster did not intend to attack them, they would still be able to live peacefully. But, after all, they had 10 desolate sovereigns. In the future, if these 9 desolate sovereigns were to grow up, it would be a nightmare. They were afraid that the 8 of them and the 2 powerful forbidden lands behind them would not dare to breathe in front of this magic hall. Fortunately, they made the right choice and killed that possibility before they grew up. Right now, after the black-skinned pig monster was trapped, although there were still 9 desolate sovereigns in the magic hall, which was more than the 8 of them, these 9 desolate sovereigns were all first-order desolate sovereigns, and there was only 1 second-order desolate sovereign. In such a situation, they were no match for them at all. Perhaps a few of them would be able to escape if the battle broke out. But in their opinion, if the 8 of them attacked with all their strength and unleashed all kinds of secret techniques, at least 5 out of the 9 targets could be captured. That being said, it would be best if they could understand the situation clearly and persuade them to surrender. At this moment, the 8 old fellows were all thinking of this idea. Especially the 4 old guys from the Shao Kong Forbidden Land, they were actually quite fond of women. It was just that the four beautiful desolate venerables from the red mist forbidden land were not to be trifled with, so they didn't dare to have any thoughts about them. But, now it was different. There were 7 beautiful female cultivators in front of them. Not only were their looks and figures better than the 4 sovereigns from the forbidden land, but more importantly, their cultivation strength was just right. The first-order desolate sovereigns were a perfect match for them, but it was not impossible to control them. In addition, with the addition of these 7 beautiful desolate sovereigns, the high-end combat power of their forbidden land would also be greatly improved. All of this was the will of the heavens, it could not be more perfect. These thoughts flashed through their minds, and the 4 old men exchanged glances. At this time, they did not realize that they were blinded by lard, and were simply seeking their own deaths. Their eyes were burning, and they were so excited that their chests rose and fell. Even their bodies were slightly trembling, and they immediately spoke one after another like monkeys. That dead black pig, he really has a lot of luck with women. No wonder there is a saying that all good cabbages are eaten by pigs. It turns out that it makes sense. The ancients really did not deceive me, the old man is such a bad person. He hid 7 such beautiful female cultivators in a black temple, and he actually coveted the wild flowers outside. He is really a playboy. He deserves to be trapped in the starry vortex and never be able to get out. Fellow Daoists, I'm sure you've been serving that fat black pig for a long time now, haven't you? Don't worry, now you don't have to succumb to his despotic power. The 4 of us have already dealt with him on behalf of the heavens. Yes, 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 this is a life-saving grace. Moreover, the 4 of us have a huge forbidden land in our hands. All kinds of top cultivation resources are abundant. In the future, the cultivation needs of the 7 friends will all be on us. Of course, as long as the 7 of you are willing to go with us, the 4 of us can change our appearance to become handsome and charming young masters. That is completely possible. There is no problem, as long as the 7 of you like it. It had to be said that these 4 old fellows were really shocked by the 7 gorgeous cultivators' beauty. Their cultivation was obviously stronger, but now they took the initiative to lower themselves and deliberately flatter with smiles on their faces. This made the 4 beautiful desolate venerables from the Xiaohe's forbidden land dumbfounded. They suspected that their eyes were playing tricks on them and that they were hallucinating. Unfortunately, it was impossible for the 7 gorgeous cultivators to buy all of this. In fact, the 4 old men's filthy words that couldn't be heard at all aroused the anger in the hearts of the 7 people. As the eldest sister and the one with the most violent temperament, Corpse Ancestor Han Ba immediately raised her head and let out a shocking roar. Screech! Corpse Ancestor Han Ba was enchanting and cold. At this moment, she was extremely furious in her heart. Her eyes were filled with blood-colored anger. As she roared towards the sky, with a shake of her right arm, a 30-feet-long blood-bone spear appeared in her hand. This was her battle spear. The tip of the spear had black flames rising. That was the innate corpse flame, and there were even ferocious primordial evil spirit phantoms appearing and disappearing. These were all powerful creatures that were killed by Corpse Ancestor Han Ba in the primordial era. At the same time, boundless black and red corpse flames seethed from the fiery red armor worn by Corpse Ancestor Han Ba. It instantly suffused the surroundings, and it transformed the entire expanse of space around him into a horrifying ocean of corpse flames. 8 old men, you don't even have a desolate supremacy at the late stage of the 7th stage, yet you dare to be so bold and attack the magic hall without permission. You are really blinded by lard, and you are completely tired of living. Well, since you are going to die anyway, let me send you to hell. Boom! Rumble, as the cold voice sounded, Corpse Ancestor Han Ba's figure stepped out of the Black Palace and arrived in front of the black-robed desolate supremacy. She stood alone in the void with her blood-bone spear pointing at the sky, and was incomparably domineering. Swish! Rumble, screech! In the next instant, as his figure flashed out, Corpse Ancestor Han Ba let out another roar. Even the expression on his face had become completely ferocious. His right arm trembled as he pointed out from 10 billion kilometers away. 2 balls of black corpse flames instantly transformed into balls of flames that were like stars. They rumbled as they shot towards the 4 old fellows. Chapter 50-48. Whoosh. Rumble, screech. At this moment, Corpse Ancestor Hitorigami rushed out, raised his head and let out a ruthless roar. Even the expression on his face was completely ferocious. Before the vicious howl had even faded away, his right arm had already pointed out from a distance of 10 billion kilometers. The black corpse flame instantly turned into a fireball that looked like a star. With a thunderous roar, it shot toward the 4 old fellows at an extremely fast speed. This. The obscenities of the 4 old fellows could not be heard at all, which aroused the anger of the 7 people. As the eldest sister of the 7, she was also the most violent one. When her sisters were humiliated, even if she knew that she was no match for them, she would not just swallow her anger. This scene was naturally not what the 4 old fellows from the Shao Kong Forbidden Land wanted to see. In fact, they thought that they had come to rescue the 7 beautiful cultivators. The other party should be crying tears of joy, and should not have such a reaction at all. Therefore, seeing Corpse Ancestor Hitorigami attacking them and speaking so rudely, the 4 old fellows were stunned for a moment and were slightly displeased in their hearts. But, they were only slightly displeased and were not really angry. Facing such a beautiful cultivator, it was difficult for them to be angry. Boom! Rumble, with a slightly gloomy expression, the strongest old man, who had reached the 6th level of desolate supremacy, waved his hand, and a shocking explosion came from the void in front of him. After all, Corpse Ancestor Hitorigami was only a 1st-level desolate supremacy. Compared to him, the difference was too great. The 2 black corpse flame fireballs did not even get close. They were still billions of miles away, probably in the middle of the confrontation between the 2 sides, but they had already been scattered and disappeared in the void. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Corpse Ancestor Hitorigami originally wanted to attack, but in the black palace behind her, the other 6 beautiful cultivators all rushed out and came to her side. Although they did not make a sound, they pulled her back. After all, they knew that they were no match for the other party, but Yi Xian should be arriving soon. Since that was the case, they should just delay for a while. There was no need to ask for trouble. The reason why the black-robed desolate sovereign and the primordial porcupine did not take action immediately was because of this. It was not because they were afraid of fighting. If the difference in strength between the 2 parties was similar, they would have fought in anger even if they had to risk their lives. The key point was that the difference was too great. Almost all of them were 1st-stage desolate supremes. Even if they were to risk their lives, they would not be able to seriously injure the other party, let alone kill them. As such, there was no need to waste their efforts. After all, Yi Xian would be here soon. No. However, the 8 old fellows who were standing in the void 10 billion kilometers away were clearly unaware of all of this. When they saw the other 6 gorgeous cultivators restrain Corpse Ancestor Hanba, and the hot-tempered Corpse Ancestor Hanba seemed to have no intention of continuing to attack. This included the black-robed desolate supremacy, who looked extremely similar to the darn black-skinned pig. Even its long howl was identical. It was likely that the black-skinned pig was a descendant of the black-skinned pig, but it clearly did not plan on taking action. The 8 old fellows thought that they had recognized the situation and were about to lower their heads and surrender. Immediately, they were secretly delighted. Especially the 4 old fellows from the Shao Kong Forbidden Land, when they thought that they were about to embrace beauties, and not just one of them, the light in their eyes instantly burned again. They rubbed their hands excitedly, so excited that even their breathing was a little hurried. Among them, one of them even grinned and immediately said, "That's right. Compared to that black-skinned boar monster, the 4 of us are like the difference between heaven and earth. Fellow Daoists, you definitely won't regret following the 4 of us, ha ha ha, the 4 of you, the sky is already bright. Are you still dreaming?" Just as he finished speaking, one of the 4 beautiful desolate supremes from the Xia Hei's forbidden land laughed and ridiculed. Just as she finished speaking, the other 3 also spoke. One after another, their voices were filled with ridicule and dissatisfaction. What did you say in the Xia Hei's forbidden land just now? How long has it been and you have already forgotten? In that case, I will remind you to think about it carefully. What is 30/70ths? Humph, the distribution plan that was agreed before, the 4 of you forgot it so easily. Are you sincere? This time, our Starry Sky Python clan from the forbidden area of Sunglow paid a huge price to seal that old fellow who possesses extremely terrifying strength. Our entire clan's ancestral grounds are gone. It's impossible to deceive them. That's right. The profit distribution ratio that was agreed before cannot be changed. Our Xia Hei's forbidden land must take the majority. 70% is the bottom line. This is not negotiable. If you don't agree, we will immediately return to the forbidden land and release the old fellow again. That guy is a lecherous pig. If we sisters bite the bullet and turn a little fatter to serve him, I believe we should be able to let bygones be bygones. As for the 4 of you, I'm afraid it will be troublesome. Do you really think we are stupid? Although these 7 women are beautiful cultivators, they are also desolate supremes. If all of them are given to you, wouldn't the high-end combat power of the Shao Kong forbidden land soar by a large margin? How can it be balanced? How about this? There are 9 desolate supremacies in front of us. That dead pig is detestable just by looking at it. In a while, we will attack and kill it. It can be used as a form of intimidation and warning. As for the other 7 women and that black-robed old man, there are 8 people in total. We have 2 forbidden lands, so each side gets 4. This is already a 50-50 split. So, you have to give up 10% of the other resources in the Magic Hall Star area. Our Xia Hei's forbidden land will take 80%, and you will only take 20%. Hearing this, the 4 old guys from Sikong forbidden area immediately frowned. After pondering for a while, they exchanged glances with each other. Finally, they sighed with regret on their faces, but they finally nodded and agreed. That's right. That's right. Okay, 4 it is, but we want 4 women. Moreover, we can choose the 7 people first. The 4 of us will choose according to our preferences. As for the other 3, you can take them back to the Xia Hei's forbidden land. However, the Xia Hei's forbidden land is full of female cultivators. The other one is an old man. Why do you want to take him back? If you kill him, you might as well give him to the Shao Kong forbidden land. Saying that, the 4 beautiful desolate supremes of the Xia Hei's forbidden land immediately relaxed. One of them curled her lips and said, "You don't have to worry about this. Although the Xia Hei's forbidden land is full of female cultivators, it's still okay to leave a male cultivator at the edge of the star area to guard the door. If there is anything inconvenient to deal with in the future, there will be someone to solve it." Since they had already said so, it seemed that it was completely impossible to get another desolate supremacy. These thoughts flashed through their minds. The 4 old guys from the Shao Kong forbidden land suddenly shook their heads and sighed. Their eyes were looking at the void at the edge of the Magic Hall Star area 10 billion miles away. They were examining the 7 beautiful cultivators to see which style and temperament were to their liking. At this moment, a soft voice suddenly came from the right side of the void without warning, blocking the door and openly dividing the Magic Hall. This kind of thing. Have you asked me? Chapter 50-49. Just as the 4 old fogies of the Sikong forbidden land were looking at the 7 gorgeous cultivators to see which style and disposition suited their tastes, they could make a choice. In the distant void to their right, a voice suddenly sounded without warning. It was filled with endless anger, blocking the entrance and openly carving up the Magic Hall. "How dare you do such a thing? Have you asked for my permission?" When the voice sounded, everyone was stunned. This was because they did not sense any aura in the direction of the voice. A few almost subconsciously, everyone turned to look. To their astonishment, they saw a figure with his hands behind his back slowly walking towards them from 100 billion miles away. This figure was none other than Yi Xian. Now, he had his original appearance, a human body. He looked extremely young and extremely handsome with an extraordinary bearing. No. Although he had revealed his original appearance as a human, the 9 devil ape transformations bloodline divine power had been activated. Furthermore, he had reached the 9th transformation. The reason why he was still a human in this state was clearly because he had used the Blood Sea Mystic technique. The Blood Sea Mystic technique did not only condense a sea of blood, it could change its size at will. It could transform into the appearance of any living being. Even the aura was the same, therefore, although he looked harmless, his cultivation level in the 9 devil ape transformations was extremely terrifying. He had reached the 5th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. However, this kind of cultivation strength was also concealed by him. At this time, he looked like an ordinary person. There was not the slightest bit of aura emitting from his body. If it wasn't for the fact that he could see his figure when he turned around and used his divine sense to investigate, he definitely wouldn't have discovered anything. At that moment, following the appearance of Yi Xian, the 7 gorgeous cultivators, the black-robed desolate supremacy, and the primordial porcupine were slightly taken aback. Instantly, their hearts relaxed as a look of relief appeared on their faces. The 7 beautiful cultivators originally wanted to immediately rush over and pay their respects when they got close. To them, Yi Xian was like a new life. The 7 girls were sincere towards him and didn't have the slightest bit of falsehood. No, considering that this was the primordial void, which was different from the void of the primordial world, Yi Xian appeared in the form of a human and concealed his cultivation. Clearly, he had some considerations. They were still unsure of what kind of face and identity Yi Xian intended to make a fuss in the primordial void. Therefore, it might not be appropriate for them to greet him and call him master. With this in mind, the 7 sisters exchanged glances and suppressed the impulse in their hearts. Not only did they not rush forward to pay their respects, they did not even speak to Yi Xian. In the void 10 billion kilometers away, the 8 old fellows from the forbidden land of Xiao Kong and the forbidden land of Xiaya looked towards the source of the voice. When they saw Yi Xian's figure, they were also stunned. Immediately after, the expressions of the 8 people all turned gloomy. On one hand, it was because Yi Xian's words were too arrogant. It was as though they had to ask in advance before doing anything. On the other hand, it was because even they could not sense any cultivation aura emanating from Yi Xian's body. It was as though he was an ordinary person. However, this clearly did not exist. This was the primordial void. No living being was an ordinary existence. Even the women and children among the survivors had a certain level of cultivation. It was just that there were differences in strength. However, if he was really an ordinary person, how could he walk slowly in the vast void as though he was taking a stroll? In fact, the other party's pace seemed slow, but in fact, it was extremely fast. It was clearly spatial contraction. He was still 100 billion miles away a moment ago, but now, he was 60 to 70 billion miles away. Under such circumstances, as desolate supremes, they were unable to sense any cultivation aura from the other party's body. There were only 2 possibilities. First, the other party's cultivation was too strong. It exceeded them by too much. It was even stronger than the black-skinned boar at the desolate supremacy's perfection stage 9. In other words, the other party was a true heavenly Tao realm existence. However, as such, by deliberately converging one's aura, they were completely unable to sense the other party's cultivation realm. There was no aura at all, as though the other party did not exist. However, secondly, the other party was simply acting. He was a survivor of the primordial era. Survivors were different from the astral beasts. Regardless of race, the astral beasts basically relied on their bloodline powers to fight. All sorts of divine powers were related to their bloodline. However, survivors were good at creation. They had all sorts of cultivation techniques and mystic techniques. They even studied the astral beasts and gained enlightenment from the bloodlines of certain astral beasts. They created various cultivation techniques and divine powers that were suitable for them. Among them, there were many mystic techniques that converged one's aura and concealed one's body. Of course, most of the aura-converging mystic techniques in the hands of the survivors were unable to escape Desolate Supreme's deliberate probing. However, it could not be completely ruled out that some aura-converging mystic techniques were unconventional. Even Desolate Supremes could not detect anything when probing at close range with his perception. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 8 old fogies looked at each other and were momentarily dumbfounded. Although there were only 2 possibilities, both of them existed. The crux of the matter was that the difference between them was just too great. One could be a supreme existence at the heavenly Tao realm, while the other could be an act. The difference between them could not be ignored. If the other party was truly a heavenly Tao realm existence but was mistakenly judged to be an act, it would definitely result in death. However, similarly, if the other party was just putting on an act, he would be overly cautious and misjudge the fellow as a true heavenly Tao realm expert. He would admit defeat and apologize on the spot, and even give an apology gift before scampering off with his tail between his legs. If that happened, when they learned the truth one day, they would probably be so infuriated that they would vomit blood and die. There was nothing more cowardly and aggrieved than that. However, with all of this in mind, the 8 old fogies' faces turned black as though they were constipated. They were nearly driven mad. It was not that they did not wish to probe, but there were only 8 of them here. Without any subordinates or retainers, such a probe could result in death on the spot. Who would dare take the risk? Furthermore, besides, even if someone were to probe, the other 7 might not agree. This is because everyone was in the same group. If one of them were to take action, it would be a declaration of the group. If the other party was truly a supreme existence at the heavenly Tao realm, the other 7 would not have it easy. From the looks of it, all of you are in a dilemma. Let's do it this way. I'll give all of you a chance. At this moment, Yi Xian slowly walked over from the void. In a short period of time, he had arrived at the edge of the Magic Hall stellar domain 5 billion kilometers away. He stopped 5,000 kilometers in front of the 7 gorgeous cultivators, the black-robed Desolate Supremacy, and the primordial porcupine. Speaking as he spoke, he turned to look at the 8 old fogies. I will not take action. As long as all of you can survive for half an incense stick's worth of time against one of my avatars, I will allow all of you to leave today. With that said, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand and instantly, the Empyrean beast appeared. Chapter 50-50. It looks like all of you are in a dilemma. How about this? I'll give all of you a chance. Xian turned around and looked at the 8 old fellows. He nodded and said, I won't do anything. As long as you can survive for half an incense stick's worth of time from one of my clones, I'll let you leave today. After he finished speaking, he suddenly waved his hand. In an instant, a ray of light blasted out. Under the wind, it expanded rapidly. In less than a second, it had reached a size of 500 million miles. Even a giant star was far inferior to it. The behemoth stood upright. It had 2 legs and 4 arms. On its back was a pair of mechanical wings that resembled mantis blades. The wings were a characteristic of mechanical beasts. As for its head, it was an amalgamation of countless facets that resembled a beehive. This was a characteristic of a Heaven's Legacy beast. Blinking in a blink of an eye, the arch-beast streaked across the sky. The 8 old fogies, who were 5 billion kilometers away, were dumbfounded. Their mouths gaped so widely that one could stuff their fists in. Their eyes were filled with endless horror. Their expressions were dull as though they had collectively been struck by lightning. At that moment, the 8 of them had a complete mental breakdown. Just a moment ago, when Yi Xian claimed that his true body would not take action, and that they would be allowed to leave today as long as they could survive 5 minutes from one of his avatars, the 8 old fogies had already determined Yi Xian's cultivation level and strength. Because since he had said so, he would definitely let one of his avatars take action. If not, they would be exposed. If he wasn't a true Heavenly Dao realm expert, how strong could his avatars be? However, although they were certain that the other party was a true Heavenly Dao realm expert, causing their hearts to sink, in fact, it was those words that gave them hope. It could even be said that they were secretly delighted. Yes. Although Fang Xian was a true Heavenly Dao realm existence, he was being too conceited. How strong could his avatars be? They were all impossible to be at the Heavenly Dao realm, right? That would be preposterous. From their point of view, the so-called avatars were, at best, the same as the black-skinned boar monster. They were peak desolate supremacies at the 9th order perfection realm. In other words, they were at the half-step Heavenly Dao realm. Although they were not the match of a half-step Heavenly Dao realm avatar, at least 2 or 3 of them would perish if they were given some time. Fortunately, the other party was too conceited and actually made a promise of half an incense stick of time. After all, the 8 of them were desolate supremacies. Now that they were facing a life and death crisis, it was obvious that none of them would hold back. Facing a life and death crisis, the 8 of them joined forces and used all kinds of divine abilities and secret techniques. They should be able to last half an incense stick of time against a peak desolate supremacy at the peak of 9th rank great perfection, but of course, perhaps 1 or 2 of the 8 of them would perish in the time it took for half an incense stick to burn. However, there were 8 of them after all. The chances of them perishing weren't too high. Compared to being casually wiped out by a supreme existence at the Heavenly Dao realm, this was already a great opportunity. It was because of this that the 8 old fellows were secretly delighted in their hearts. They were confident in themselves and believed that even if 1 or 2 of them would fall in the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, it would definitely not fall on their heads. Only if they could last half an incense stick's worth of time, they would immediately turn around and flee. They would not even return to the Forbidden Land. After all, the most important cultivation resources were on them. Against a supreme existence at the Heavenly Dao realm, returning to the Forbidden Land was clearly courting death. It was equivalent to wasting time. Although the other party allowed them to leave today, it did not mean that they would not be pursued the next day. It had to be said that these 8 old fellows were truly not the typical sly old foxes. Before the battle began, they had already considered all the pros and cons. Unfortunately, all of this was futile. The so-called considerations were truly whimsical and daydreaming. This was because they had no chance of leaving this place alive today. On this point, when the other party waved his hand and shot out a beam of light that expanded rapidly, revealing a 250 million kilometer Empyrean beast, the 8 old fellows drew a cold gasp and instantly understood, Heavenly Dao realm. Furthermore, it was at the 2nd stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. This was only an avatar of the other party. Although the avatar was somewhat odd, with its massive body exuding large amounts of metallic aura, the fact that the other party could control a terrifying metallic beast at the 2nd stage of the Heavenly Dao realm meant that his cultivation level was clearly not low. At the very least, it was at the 3rd stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. An existence at the 3rd stage of the Heavenly Dao realm was already at the peak of the early stages. With another step, they would enter the middle stages of the Heavenly Dao realm. How could such a terrifying supreme existence lie on such matters? It also meant that this behemoth with a terrifying cultivation level was really only an avatar of the other party. And his cultivation level was clearly stronger, at the very least at the 3rd stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. This was practically fatal. Although the 8 of them were supremes of the primordial era, the strongest was only at the 6th stage of the desolate supremacy realm. They had not even stepped into the late stages of the desolate supremacy realm. Even if the 8 of them joined forces, using all sorts of means and divine powers, or even risking their lives, they would still end up dead against a terrifying existence at the second stage of the heavenly Dao realm. Ignoring half an incense stick's worth of time, they would definitely not survive even if the time was reduced by half. Roar. Boom, Walala, facing the 8 old fogies in the void 5 billion kilometers away, their mouths agape in shock. Their faces were filled with despair. Just as they were completely dumbfounded, the Empyrean beast suddenly raised its head and let out a shocking roar. Tight. Following that, one of the 4 terrifying arms on its massive body that resembled pillars that held up the heavens struck the void in front of it. A deafening boom resounded incessantly, shaking the world. Even though this was the primordial chaos void, which was a level higher than the primordial chaos great world, this punch caused the void in the universe to completely collapse. There was a strange crashing sound that sounded like the roaring of huge waves. Instantly, a deep void that resembled a black hole appeared in the region ahead. Endless void turbulence spread out in all directions. However, such a fake black hole that was formed due to the sudden bombardment of the void by external forces would quickly repair itself under the influence of the void laws. However, such a scene was too shocking. The 8 old fogies were scared out of their wits. At that moment, their knees went soft. They could only stand dumbfounded in the void. Their minds were buzzing, and they were completely out of ideas. They did not even have the slightest thought of turning around and escaping. This was because there was no hope at all. Facing a second stage heavenly Dao realm existence, even if they were allowed to escape for half a day, they would only end up dead. There was no doubt about it. When such an existence fought with the early and middle stage old monster Huang Zun, it would definitely be a one-sided slaughter. They would not even have the strength to fight back. Even self-destruction would be a joke. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 8 old fogies suddenly regained their senses. Their bodies trembled violently, and as though they had a telepathic connection, their knees went soft as they knelt down in the void at the same time. They prostrated themselves in the void, trembling. Chapter 50-51. In the blink of an eye, the beam expanded with the wind. In less than a second, it had reached a size of 250 million kilometers. Even a gigantic planet was far inferior to it. The behemoth stood upright with 2 legs and 4 arms. On its back was a pair of mechanical wings that resembled mantis blades. And its head was a combination of countless facets that resembled a beehive. In the blink of an eye, the Empyrean beast covered the sky. That's right. The 8 old fogies who were 5 billion kilometers away were dumbfounded. Their mouths gaped so wide that one could stuff their fists in them. Their eyes were filled with endless horror. Their expressions were dull as though they had collectively been struck by lightning. Second stage heavenly Dao realm. Just casually summoning a clone had such a terrifying cultivation. Just how powerful was his original body? It was at least at the 3rd stage of the heavenly Dao realm, an existence at the peak of the early stages. It might even be stronger, ignoring its main body, just this gigantic metallic beast that was truly at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Dao realm was not something they could match. An existence at this level would definitely be a one-sided slaughter when fighting an early or middle stage old monster Huang Zun. They would not even be able to retaliate. Self-destruction would be a joke. That's right. Upon realizing this, the 8 old fogies suddenly snapped back to their senses. Their bodies trembled violently as though they had a telepathic connection. Their knees went limp as they knelt down at the same time. They prostrated themselves in the void as they trembled. At the same time, all sorts of pleading voices were transmitted out, resounding through the void. My lord, it's a misunderstanding. This is definitely a misunderstanding. That's right. We don't mean any disrespect. We really didn't know that this magic hall was my lord's territory. We always thought that the black-skinned pig monster was the owner. That darn black-skinned pig monster is too good at acting. It misled us. Furthermore, he detained my clansmen from the forbidden land of Xiaya. It's fine if he enslaved them, but he actually had lustful thoughts. this little girl has always been pure and innocent. How can I submit to his despotic abuse? I made a huge mistake in a moment of folly. Thankfully, the mistake was not made. Before we could do anything, my lord had already descended. If my lord can spare us, we sisters are willing to serve you with our bodies, be your slaves. Our starry sky-colored python race is actually good at a kind of bewitching spell. We are bound to make people enjoy themselves in their chambers. Milord, please spare my life. In the face of the powerful Yi Xian, these 8 old guys were completely scared out of their wits. The 4 old guys from the Shao Kong Forbidden Land were fine. They had no other capital except to explain and beg for mercy. However, the 4 beautiful desolate supremacies from the Red Mist Forbidden Land still held on to their last shred of hope. In their opinion, since Yi Xian was keeping 7 such beautiful female cultivators in the Black Hall of the Magic Hall, then it was very likely that he was a womanizer. As if this conjecture was true, then they would most likely be able to survive today. Black Naughty Piggy and the others were indeed disgusted, but this expert of the remnant was handsome and handsome. Not only was his temperament extraordinary, even his cultivation was incomparably terrifying. Even they felt like their hearts were being shaken. Therefore, they were absolutely willing to serve such a handsome young human expert. Not only could they enjoy the pleasure of sex, but they could also get the protection of a powerful heavenly Dao realm expert. It was simply the best of both worlds. If the other party was really interested in the 4 of them, the life and death crisis in front of them would be reversed in an instant. The final result would be a blessing in disguise. Of course, in terms of figure and appearance, they were obviously not comparable to the 7 beautiful female cultivators in the Black Hall. But they also had their own advantages. On the one hand, their cultivation strength was stronger than theirs, and their bloodline was good at a bewitching spell unique to the starry sky-colored python race. With their status as desolate sovereigns, they would naturally disdain to say such things in the past. However, things were different now. In order to obtain the favor of this young and handsome elite, even as desolate sovereigns, they would not hesitate to ask for his favor in such a roundabout manner. After such words were spoken, the 4 beautiful desolate venerables from the forbidden land of Red Mist immediately blushed. Although they were not truly virgins and were far from being pure, as desolate venerables, it was the first time they had said such words to a male cultivator in public. In their opinion, they were already in such a state. It could be said that they were sincere. This remnant expert who liked women would definitely be moved. Unfortunately, they were thinking too much. After these words were said, before Yi Xian could say anything, Shi Zhu, Hitorigami, and the rest of the 7 beautiful female cultivators couldn't help but look at Yi Xian with a sullen face. They pouted slightly and looked extremely resentful. In fact, Yi Xian did not have a good impression of these 4 starry sky-colored pythons. In addition, the 7 beautiful female cultivators were already unhappy. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. In an instant, he sent out a divine sense voice, "No need to struggle anymore, I don't need captives." Roar! Boom, walala! As Yi Xian's words came out, the 8 old guys in the void 10 billion miles away were stunned and completely fell into despair. At this time, the Emperor Beast suddenly raised its head and let out a shocking roar. Immediately afterward, the 4 terrifying arms on its huge body that were like giant pillars that supported the sky blasted into the void in front of it at the same time. The power of this attack was too terrifying. A huge roar resounded incessantly, shaking heaven and earth. Even if this was the primordial chaos void, the universe void along the way fell into a complete collapse because of this. There was a strange sound like the roar of a huge wave. A deep void like a black hole appeared in the area in front of them. Endless void turbulence spread out and burst out in all directions. Bang! Bang! Without any suspense, an earth-shattering roar was heard instantly. In the blink of an eye, the berserk power of this attack had already smashed into the bodies of the 8 old fellows with incomparable force. These 8 old guys were all desolate supremes, but in the face of the Emperor Beast of the 2nd level of the Heavenly Dao realm, they couldn't react in time. They only opened their mouths slightly and didn't even have the chance to let out a shocking roar. Their fighting spirit had already been completely lost. Otherwise, if the 8 of them joined forces, they would have been able to struggle for a while. Of course, that was also meaningless. Electricity in the blink of an eye, a majestic force rushed into their bodies. In less than a tenth of an instant, it had already wreaked havoc in their bodies. Their entire bodies exploded, turning into 8 rapidly spreading scarlet blood mists that enveloped a corner of the void. Phew! At this moment, Yi Xian waved his hand. With the howling of a strong wind, an incomparably majestic force whizzed out, sweeping away the blood mist formed by the explosion of the 8 desolate supremes. After absorbing it into his body, he sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space, and began. Blood Essence Condensation. Chapter 50-52. In just one strike, the 8 desolate supremacies from the Roaring Void Forbidden Land and the Xie Forbidden Land all exploded without exception. Even the blood mist formed by the explosion of their bodies was sent into Yi Xian's body with a wave of his hand. From then on, the blood essence condensation began. Not long after, it would turn into 8 desolate supremacy blood essences. Although the strongest of these 8 old fellows was only a rank 6 desolate supremacy, if the 8 of them joined forces, they could still barely hold on for a while against a rank 2 heavenly Dao realm Empyrean beast. Unfortunately, the 8 of them had completely lost their fighting spirit. They did not have the courage to resist, which was why they were so tragically wiped out in an instant. In fact, this was already the best result because even if they struggled, it was meaningless. It would only add to their troubles. In the end, they would still be killed. First previously, Yi Xian already had 21 desolate supremacy blood essences. Now, with the addition of these 8, he had a total of 29. This was absolutely terrifying. Even Yi Xian himself never thought that there would be a day when he would have such a number of desolate supremacy blood essences in his hands. One must know. He knew that a desolate supremacy blood essence represented a primordial supremacy. 219 desolate supremacy blood essences meant that the number of desolate supremacies that died in his hands had reached a total of 29. If this were to spread to the outside world, who knows how many starry sky experts would be shocked. I have enough desolate supremacy blood essences for the time being, but it seems that I should collect more of the mighty figure's blood essences. After all, the cultivation of the upper echelons of the magic hall is advancing rapidly. In the future, the demand for rank 29 desolate supremacy pills will be small. And in my hands, there are only 60 desolate supremacy pills. As he muttered, Yi Xian's eyes flashed coldly. He subconsciously scanned the void in the distance. On both sides of this forbidden land were 2 extremely powerful forbidden lands. Since there were 4 desolate supremacies in each of these 2 forbidden lands, there were obviously more mighty figures of the desolate supremacy level. This, although it was possible to completely subdue existences of this level, the bloodlines of the ferocious beasts in the Roaring Void Forbidden Land and the Xia Haze Forbidden Land were relatively concentrated. The former was basically roaring void demon hounds, while the latter was basically starry sky-colored pythons. Yi Xian had already killed all the supreme experts of the Forbidden Land who shared the same bloodline as them. This was an enmity that was difficult to resolve. Even if it was resolved, it would still leave a seed of hatred in their hearts. It was one thing for existences below the realm of the mighty, but even if they hated each other, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Furthermore, the magic hall was so powerful now that it would be able to subtly erase any hatred they might have had in their hearts in the future. But however, the powerful existences of the primordial era were different. On one hand, they were more powerful, and on the other hand, no matter how powerful the magic hall was, the powerful existences of the primordial era would definitely be able to become the higher-ups. The hatred in their hearts wouldn't be so easily resolved. Fortunately, Yi Xian needed to refine even more level 29 desolate sovereign pellets. In that case, he could take advantage of this opportunity to kill all the ancient supreme beings in the Shaokong Forbidden Area and the Xia Hei's Forbidden Area. This is simply the best of both worlds, there's no reason to hesitate. Go back, the magic hall is a newcomer, there's no need to go out and fight, just tidy yourselves up. After that, Yi Xian turned to look at the black-robed desolate sovereign, the primordial porcupine, and the 7 great alluring cultivators, and said, you should mainly focus on cultivating in seclusion. As for the forbidden grounds of the Xikong and Xi, the old pig spirit will deal with all the aftermath. This old guy is unreliable, and this time he almost made a big mistake, just treat it as a punishment for him, Xiao. After that, Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore. With a wave of his hand, he directly kept the Emperor Beast into his body. Then, his figure flashed, and instantly disappeared at the end of the void in front of him. Of the 2 powerful forbidden lands, he first went to the Xi Forbidden Land. After all, the old pig spirit was still trapped there. Although this old guy was unreliable and incompetent, he couldn't be trapped there forever. He had to be rescued first. The Xi Forbidden Land was not far away to begin with. Although Yi Xian had now restrained his cultivation aura, and outsiders couldn't sense it at all, his cultivation strength was not fake. 5th Order Heavenly Dao was close to the peak of the mid-stage. With full speed, he arrived at his destination in a short time, Xiao. Roar. After rushing into the Xi Forbidden Land, he didn't hesitate at all. He immediately waved his hand and summoned the Emperor Beast. Companion with a faint sound of breaking through the air, a ray of light shot out, and as it expanded in the wind, it turned into the terrifying figure of the Emperor Beast that was 500 million miles long. As soon as it appeared, the terrifying pressure in its body was completely released. This was a supreme existence of the 2nd Order of the Heavenly Dao realm. At this time, the power in its body was fully activated, and an invisible pressure spread out, instantly enveloping the entire Xi Forbidden Land. In the huge Forbidden Land, the hibernating starry sky-colored pythons in the stars suddenly trembled, and their expressions changed drastically as they prostrated on the ground, trembling. The Emperor Beast roared and rushed to the deepest part of the Forbidden Land, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of the Xi star vortex. Such as although the Xi star vortex had turned into a huge special illusion array, trapping the old pig spirit in it and preventing him from escaping, the power of this illusion was directed at the inside of the star vortex. It was the easiest to attack from the outside. Moreover, the Emperor Beast was a terrifying existence of the 2nd Order of the Heavenly Dao realm. The old pig spirit, who had a cultivation of the 9th Order, couldn't escape no matter how hard he struggled. However, for the Emperor Beast outside the star vortex, this predicament was just a problem that could be solved with a punch. Roar. With a roar, one of the 4 terrifying arms on the Emperor Beast's huge body that were like pillars that supported the sky instantly blasted into the void in front of it. The power of this blow was extremely terrifying. Loud rumbles resounded incessantly, shaking the heavens and the earth. Along the way, the cosmic void also fell into a complete collapse because of this. Powder the pink Xi star vortex instantly surged, and the amplitude was very large, like a huge earthquake. Tight following that, there was a strange sound that sounded like the roar of a huge wave. A deep void that looked like a black hole appeared in the area where the pink Xi star vortex was located, and endless void turbulence spread out in all directions. The entire star vortex collapsed in an instant, and the old pig spirit's huge figure appeared. Although he didn't have any injuries on his body, his eyes shone with fatigue. Clearly, after being trapped in the Xi star vortex, this old fellow didn't have it easy. As he struggled with all his might, he wanted to force his way out, and at the same time, he was worried about the safety of the Magic Hall's army. It was more or less a form of torture. Boss, old pig was wrong. As the star vortex collapsed, his figure appeared. When he looked up and saw the Emperor Beast and Yi Xian, the old pig spirit was first stunned, but then his face revealed a look of relief. At least, with Yi Xian around, there was no need to worry about the safety of the Magic Hall anymore. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! in an instant, he raised his hooves, and 3 blood-colored spheres that were 1,000 feet in size shot out. They were the majestic qi and blood that he had collected from killing the 3 desolate supremes in the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land. Chapter 50-53. Swish. Swish, swish, with a wave of the old pig spirit's hooves, 3 blood-colored balls shot out. They were the boundless qi and blood that he had collected from killing the 3 desolate supremes in the Demon Antelope Forbidden Area. This time, it was because of his carelessness that he had almost caused the people of the Magic Hall to suffer. If Yi Xian had not returned in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Although he did not know what had happened in the outside world after he was trapped, he could still guess this point. Therefore, as soon as he saw Yi Xian, he immediately took out the 3 qi and blood beads as if he was trying to curry favor with him. It was as if he was trying to atone for his crimes. Previously, Yi Xian already had 29 Desolate Supreme's blood essences in his hands. Now, with these 3, he had 32 Desolate Supreme's blood essences in his hands. This number was simply terrifying, more than 30. However, to Yi Xian, he was already somewhat numb. Obtaining these 3 Desolate Supreme's blood essences was just icing on the cake. Humph! With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian put away the 3 blood balls and directly sent them into the internal space of the Shenong cauldron in his body to start the blood essence condensation. However, a cold snort came from his nose. Obviously, he did not think that these 3 blood balls could make up for his mistake. This guy was already feeling guilty, so he naturally recognized this point. When he heard Yi Xian's cold snort, he subconsciously shrank his neck, and his face was filled with embarrassment. If you want to atone for your sins, go and kill all the powerful figures in the Forbidden Land of Xiaya and the Forbidden Land of Sikong. Take the blood essence of their exploded bodies and send it here. In addition, I will leave the recruitment of the prisoners of war in these 2 forbidden lands to you. Glancing at him, Yi Xian continued, as for those 8 old fellows, don't think about taking revenge with your own hands. They had already killed their way to the outskirts of the Magic Hall. Fortunately, I rushed back in time and killed them in anger. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Roar, damned bastards, they deserve to die. When he heard that the 8 old fogies had indeed gone to the Magic Hall, and that if Yi Xian had arrived a moment later, that place would have been massacred, Old Pig was so shocked that his heart began to beat wildly. He roared furiously at the sky. He had originally intended to kill those 8 old fellows with his own hands. If he didn't do so, it would truly be difficult for him to dispel the hatred in his heart. But now, it seemed that this was obviously impossible. Although it was a bit of a pity, it didn't matter. Although the 8 old men had fallen, they still left behind the Forbidden Land of Xiaya and the Forbidden Land of Sikong. Originally, the Magic Hall's target was only the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land. They didn't plan to attack the Forbidden Land of Xiaya and the Forbidden Land of Sikong. But now that they were courting death, there was no need to think too much. After today, the Magic Hall, which had just arrived on the right bank of the Milky Way, would unify the 3 most powerful Forbidden Lands. It was destined to cause an uproar among the countless stars on the right bank of the Milky Way. After all, there were originally 4 desolate venerable old monsters in these 3 most powerful Forbidden Lands, but the Magic Hall, as an external force, had just arrived here and completed the unification in a short period of time, monopolizing the 3 Forbidden Lands and replacing them. Even the 12 powerful desolate venerable old monsters were almost all slaughtered, and only 1 devil antelope managed to escape. The terrifying strength represented by this kind of battle record was difficult to not be shocking. Roar. How long are you all planning to hide? Everyone in the forbidden area will reveal their bloodline true forms. Even Old Pig is disgusted at the sight of that ugly appearance of a bunch of ribs. This time, Old Pig raised his head and roared angrily. His divine sense instantly spread out and easily enveloped the entire forbidden land of red mist. Countless starry sky-colored pythons trembled in fear. No one dared to disobey his orders. These starry sky-colored pythons had originally transformed into delicate human female cultivators, but now, as Old Pig's divine sense voice spread out, they immediately activated the bloodline in their bodies and revealed their bloodline true bodies. They were huge and colorful starry sky-colored pythons, which looked quite gloomy. This was good. This was good as well. Otherwise, they would all have the appearance of delicate human female cultivators. Looking at them made it difficult to kill them. From this moment on, the entire forbidden land of red mist is a vassal of the magic hall. All the supreme beings of the universe, make a list of their subordinates and the general situation of their training resources and send it to me later. At this time, Old Pig's divine sense voice rang out again, and it still enveloped the entire forbidden land of red mist. All the supreme beings of the primordial era, behave yourselves and gather here immediately. Xiao. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. Old Pig was old monster Huang Zun, who was at the pinnacle of the 9th stage, a half-step heavenly Dao existence. Furthermore, he had an extremely huge emperor beast behind him, and the aura it emitted was at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Dao realm. On top of the head of this huge beast, there was a powerful remnant whose aura couldn't be sensed at all, but whose cultivation was definitely stronger. Under such circumstances, although the supreme beings of the primordial era in the forbidden land of red mist knew that nothing good would come out of their appearance, none of them dared to disobey Old Pig's orders. Companion with a faint sound of something breaking through the air, figures shot over from all directions. All of them were trembling in fear. After a short while, a group of starry sky-colored pythons had gathered in the void in front of Old Pig. All of them were extremely huge and were all supreme beings of the primordial era. There were actually more than 30 of them. You asked for it. If you didn't provoke the magic hall first, I wouldn't have to kill you. Bang. Bang. Then his divine sense voice rang out again, and there was no suspense about what happened next. The terrifying pressure of the pinnacle of the 9th stage emanated from Old Pig's body at full force, crushing the more than 30 supreme beings of the forbidden land of red mist in front of him. The aura was too terrifying, and an earth-shattering boom was instantly heard. Blink in the blink of an eye, this terrifying and berserk power had already blasted onto the bodies of the more than 30 almighty-level starry sky-colored pythons. Although they were mighty figures of the primordial era, they did not have the time to react to the half-step heavenly Dao realm Old Pig spirit. In a flash, a majestic force rushed into their bodies. In less than 1/10 of an instant, it had already wreaked havoc in their bodies. Huge. With an earth-shattering boom, the massive bodies of the more than 30 supreme beings of the forbidden land of red mist exploded, transforming into a rapidly spreading scarlet blood mist that enveloped a corner of the void. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a dark light. He immediately waved his hand and shot out an extremely majestic and invisible force. Will. The majestic blood mist from the explosion of the massive bodies of the starry sky-colored pythons swept over and was absorbed into his body. It was then sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space, where the blood essence condensation began. At this moment, the entire forbidden land of red mist was deathly silent. All the starry sky-colored pythons were prostrating in their respective cave abodes and lairs, trembling as if doomsday had arrived. From this moment on, they had become the vassals of the magic hall. Even if they were unwilling, they could not do anything. This was because there was not a single supreme being of the primordial era in the forbidden land of red mist, let alone supreme beings of the primordial era. Supreme beings of the universe were the strongest forces. Chapter 50-54. Roar, what are you waiting for? Do you want this pig to drag you out one by one? As the 30-odd rainbow pythons were killed, Yi Xian immediately collected the blood mist that exploded from their bodies with a wave of his hand, sending it into the Shenong cauldron in his body to start the blood essence condensation process. Old Pig's spirit raised his head and roared again. The sound of his divine sense spread throughout the forbidden land of red mist. Countless experts of the colored python clan trembled as if they were conditioned reflexes. This time, he had gathered the universe supremes of Xia Hei's forbidden land. Although the 30 supreme beings of the colored python race that he had summoned were all killed within a short period of time, Old Pig Demon had ordered the universe supreme beings in the forbidden land of Xia Hai to hand over the members of the race under their command to Luo Feng. The general situation of the clan's resources and so on were all listed and sent to him later. This was basically a sign that they did not intend to carry out any more slaughter. Hence, even though they were terrified, the universe supreme masters within the star domain still had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Besides, they had no power to resist. Swish! Swish, 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 sharp sounds of breaking through the air rang out as huge space-colored pythons shot over from all directions. The auras of cultivation emanating from their bodies were all universe supremes. Very soon, the universe supremes of the colored python race gathered in the void space in front of them. There were quite a number of them. There were more than 200 of them, close to 300. None of the forbidden zones on the right bank of the Milky Way were formed in recent years. After all, foreign forces like the Magic Hall did not appear often. Hence, as an ancient forbidden land, it was understandable that there were close to 300 universe supreme masters. Unfortunately, they were currently facing 3 powerful existences. The weakest one, the black-skinned boar monster that looked like a thug, was a peak desolate supremacy of rank 9 perfection. No matter how many universe supreme beings there were, it was useless against such a being. They were like ants, or even worse than ants. Swish, 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 all the starry sky-colored pythons gathered in front of him. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly as they waited for the old pig spirit's order. He did not waste any time. He immediately swung his legs and shot out rays of light into the bodies of the nearly 300 starry sky-colored pythons. There was no exception. Then, the old pig spirit's divine sense voice sounded again, but it was much gentler this time. I have planted a divine sense brand in all of your bodies. With my cultivation, even if you are in the Magic Hall, if you walk out of the forbidden land of red mist, you will still be able to use it. From now on, you all belong to the Magic Hall and are under my direct command. Without my orders, no one is allowed to leave the Forbidden Star region. As for your subordinates, immediately hand in a list. If any one of them leaves in the future, I'll deal with you. You are asking. It had to be said that this old fellow's arrangement was quite smart. In such a big forbidden area, if he personally controlled all the starry sky-colored pythons, even if he was a peak 9th rank great perfection desolate venerable, his divine sense would be extremely powerful. He would probably be exhausted to death. But now, he only had to control the 300 starry sky-colored pythons at the universe supreme level and plant a divine sense brand in each of their bodies so that he could remotely control them. This problem did not exist. Yi Xian did not say much, but seeing that the old pig spirit's actions were reasonable, he nodded subconsciously, and the originally gloomy expression on his face became much gentler. Although this old fellow was sometimes unreliable, he was not completely unreasonable. At least there was something redeeming about him. The Magic Hall army should be at ease with him in charge. Although this was equivalent to restricting the freedom of countless starry sky-colored pythons in the Forbidden Land, and even in the future, they would be enslaved by the Magic Hall. However, after hearing the old pig spirit's words, the 200 universe supremes of the starry sky-colored python race in the void space in front of them felt relieved. Suddenly, they relaxed and accepted the order in unison. At least, their lives would be saved, and this was more important than anything else. Soon, the jade slips turned into fine rays of light and shot toward Old Pig Spirit, and they were all collected by the Old Pig Spirit. These jade slips listed the subordinates and resources of these 200 universe supremes of the starry sky-colored python race. With them in hand, it was as easy as grasping the situation of the entire Forbidden Land. At this point, everything in the Forbidden Land of Xia Mist had come to an end temporarily. Yi Xian did not need these starry sky-colored pythons to do anything, and he would not even plunder the cultivation resources of the Forbidden Land. At his current level, it was no longer worth his time. As for the daily cultivation resources of the Magic Hall army, Yi Xian still had a huge amount of resources in his hands, and on the other hand, he had gained a lot from the Demon Antelope Forbidden Land, which had just been breached. Besides, the Forbidden Land of Xia Mist had now been taken over by the Magic Hall, and it was considered one of their powers. Even if they wanted to plunder the cultivation resources, they should not do so here. Instead, they should go to other supreme forbidden lands, Xiao. See La, with a wave of his hand, Yi Xian put the Emperor Beast into the undying world within his body. Then he tore open a space crack in front of him and rushed into it. Ao Wu, the old pig spirit raised his head and let out a long howl. Without hesitation, he shrunk his body to only about 300 meters tall and turned into a streak of black light. He followed closely behind Yi Xian and rushed into the space crack as well. Although everything in the forbidden land of Xia Mist had been settled, there was still the forbidden land of Shao Kong, which was where Yi Xian and the old pig spirit were heading to. At the same time, in the middle region of the right bank of the Milky Way, two figures were moving at high speed in the boundless dark space. The one following behind them was the demon antelope that had escaped from the old pig spirit earlier. At this moment, this demon antelope had a fawning look on its face, and it was following behind like a servant. It was hard to believe that this was a powerful supreme being at first glance. It was a supreme being at the middle stage of the desolate supremacy level. As for the one in front, the one that this mid-stage demon antelope was trying to curry favor with was a blood deer that was thousands of kilometers long. This blood deer was as red as blood, and there were some black spots on its body. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that they were different runic patterns. It exuded a demonic aura that would make one look askance. As for its cultivation strength, it was rather extraordinary. The cultivation aura that emanated from its body had already reached the peak of the 9th stage of the desolate supremacy level, the same as the old pig spirit. This was a peak desolate supremacy level demon pattern blood deer that was at the half-step heavenly Dao realm. Furthermore, the aura that emanated from its body was more condensed and heavy than the old pig spirit's. Clearly, it had been a long time since it stepped into this realm. It was already an existence that was not far away. And at that moment, the demon-patterned blood deer and the mid-stage demon antelope behind it were heading to the left bank of the Milky Way. It was also where the former demon antelope forbidden land was located. It was now in the hands of the Magic Hall. To chat with more like-minded people about the super devouring system, follow Excellent Reading Literature on WeChat. Chat about life, find confidence. Chapter 50-55. In the void, two figures were moving quickly. Both of them had revealed their bloodline true bodies. Each of them was tens of thousands of miles long. One of them was the mid-stage desolate supremacy of the devil antelope forbidden land who had escaped from old pig not long ago. He after escaping, as he was not injured, he did not go into seclusion. Instead, he went to the devil antelope forbidden land in the middle of the right bank of the Milky Way. Devil the strongest person in the devil antelope forbidden land was the devil-patterned blood deer who was rushing to the devil antelope forbidden land with him. This blood deer was as red as blood. There were some black spots on its body. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that they were different runes. It exuded a demonic aura that made people look askance. As for his cultivation, it was also quite extraordinary. From the aura that was emitted from his body, he had actually reached the same level as the old pig spirit, the perfect 9th rank desolate sovereign. Matter in fact, this blood deer's cultivation was much stronger than old pig. First of all, the old pig spirit's 9th rank desolate venerable power was forcibly increased by the demonic pig's 9 changes bloodline. It could not be compared to a real 9th rank perfect starry sky elite. There was always a gap. Matter in fact, even if it was a peak desolate supremacy whose cultivation had reached the 9th stage desolate supremacy, there would still be a gap between it and this devil-patterned blood deer. This was because this blood deer had been a peak desolate supremacy for more than 10,000 years. It was said that it was preparing to break through to the heavenly Dao realm soon. It could be said that among the peak desolate supremacy of the 9th stage desolate supremacy, it was definitely the strongest. It was infinitely close to the heavenly Tao realm, because in the beginning, Owl, one of the 4 desolate supremacies of the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land, had accidentally obtained a rare precious medicine that was of great use to this devil pattern blood deer. Right because of this, the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land and the blood deer became friends. The blood deer was also a well-known veteran expert of the right bank of the Milky Way. Because of this, he promised to help Owl once. For example, today, although Owl had died, he was still one of the 4 desolate supremacies of the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land. In addition, when this mid-stage Devil Antelope went to persuade him, he also promised great benefits to the blood deer. For example, the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land would become a vassal of the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land in the future. Therefore, the blood deer finally nodded and agreed to come with him. It would act once and suppress the black-skinned boar monster. Arrival. As for the other black-robed holy master in the Magic Hall army, he was only at the 2nd level of this realm. He was nothing in the eyes of the middle stage Devil Antelope and could be easily suppressed. Fellow Daoist, it's just up ahead. Now that the entire forbidden area is under the control of the Magic Hall, as long as you can deal with that black-skinned boar monster, I'll take care of the rest. Soon, the 2 of them were outside the Magic Hall star field, standing in the void 10 billion miles away from the edge of the star field. A fawning expression appeared on the demonic antelope's face as it pointed at the Magic Hall in front of it and said with hatred, "As for the Magic Hall army in the forbidden area, I will capture all of them. In the future, they will be the resources of the demonic deer forbidden area." Moo. The demonic blood deer was obviously very satisfied with this statement. It raised its head and roared softly. The voice of divine sense instantly sounded, rumbling toward the interior of the Magic Hall star field in front of it. "Magic Hall pig tyrant, listen up, I will give you 10 breaths of time. Come out and see me within 10 breaths, otherwise, your Magic Hall army will be wiped out." Roar, forbidden space. Since the 4 desolate elders in the Shao Kong forbidden area left with the old pig demon, the tense atmosphere in the entire forbidden area eased. The demonic antelope forbidden area was destroyed, and all the ferocious beasts in the Shao Kong forbidden area were originally in a state of panic. Especially when the old pig demon came to find them, it made countless ferocious beasts in the forbidden area tremble. But, later on, this old pig spirit had a good chat with the 4 desolate venerables guarding the forbidden land and left together. Immediately, all the ferocious beasts in the forbidden land let out a sigh of relief, thinking that the danger was over and that it was just a false alarm. Hiss. At this time, in the quiet void, suddenly there was a crisp sound of ripping silk. A huge void crack appeared, and a figure walked out of it. It was a strong man of the remnant. He looked very young, and there was no aura in his body. This scene made the powerful figures in the Shao Kong forbidden area furious. This was the forbidden area of the ferocious beasts, and there was a strong man of the remnant who dared to come here. It was simply a slap in the face and a wanton provocation. In an instant, the entire forbidden land of Xiao Kong was filled with angry roars of beasts. Nearly 40 figures shot in from all directions. All the powerful figures in the forbidden land of Xiao Kong had shown up. "Damn remnant, you dare to trespass into the Shao Kong forbidden area, are you tired of living? No need to say more, just kill him immediately. It just so happens that I was depressed before, and it's rare for me to vent my anger." Roar. Roar, oh woo, how dare you be so presumptuous in front of me, the master of the Magic Hall, do you think I am transparent? Bang! Bang, as the angry voices of the desolate era supreme beings of the Shao Kong forbidden area resounded, the old pig spirit, whose body had shrunk before they could even get close, followed behind Yi Xian and rushed out of the crack in the void. This. It was a good opportunity to show off, so he naturally would not let it go. He let out a long roar at the first time, and the horrible pressure of the half-step Tao of nature completely spread out, crushing toward all directions. There was no doubt about what happened next. With the horrible pressure of the peak of 9th level in the old pig spirit's body, there was an earth-shattering roar in an instant. Blink. In the blink of an eye, this terrifying and violent power had already blasted on the bodies of more than 40 powerful ferocious beasts of the starry sky far and near. In a split second, a majestic force rushed into their bodies, and in less than a tenth of an instant, it had already raged. The sound was shocking, and more than 40 powerful figures in the Shao Kong forbidden area exploded, turning into a scarlet blood fog that spread rapidly, covering a corner of the void. From the beginning to the end, Yi Xian did not move at all. He just stood in the void with his hands behind his back, but at this moment, a dim light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately waved his hand and blasted out a majestic invisible force. Very quickly. Soon, the blood fog formed by the explosion of more than 40 powerful ferocious beasts swept over and was absorbed into Yi Xian's body, sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron, and started to condense blood essence. Very quickly. At this time, countless ferocious beasts in the Shao Kong forbidden area realized what had happened. There was a dead silence in the void of the forbidden area, and the invisible breath of despair quickly spread out. All the ferocious beasts of the forbidden area crawled in their caves and nests, as if doomsday had come, trembling and trembling. The next moment, the old pig spirit's long roar sounded, and the voice of the old pig spirit came out. From this moment on, the entire Shao Kong forbidden area is a vassal of the Magic Hall. All the supreme masters of the universe, make a list of their subordinates and the general situation of their practice resources and send it to me immediately. Chapter 50-56. No one dared to resist Old Pig's despotic power. Soon, all the universe supreme masters in Shao Kong Forbidden Land gathered in front of him. There were more than 300 of them, and they didn't even dare to breathe, waiting for Old Pig's orders. Phew. Xia was already familiar with this. He didn't waste too much time. He immediately waved his legs and shot out beams of light into the bodies of more than 300 ferocious beasts. There was one beam for each ferocious beasts. There was no exception. Phew. With the 300 Universe Supreme Masters in the Forbidden Land under his control, the entire Shao Kong Forbidden Land fell and became a vassal of the Magic Hall. Phew. Xian didn't plan to stay for long. The reason why he came this time was to collect the blood mist formed by the explosion of the bodies of the 40 great beings. Otherwise, the Shao Kong Forbidden Land did not even have an early-stage desolate supremacy. The old pig spirit would only need to come and take a look. He would not be bothered at all. Phew. Today, with the death of all the almighty level beasts in the Forbidden Land of Xiaya and the Forbidden Land of Xiaya, the boundless blood mist formed from the explosion of their bodies had arrived. The number of almighty blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had already reached 80. Thinking of this, he could not help but rejoice. He originally still had dozens of level 29 desolate supremacy treasure pills. After refining the 80 almighty blood that he had just collected, the number of level 29 desolate supremacy treasure pills would reach more than 100. It was definitely enough. At this time, his mind was full of the refinement of the level 20 desolate master pills, and he didn't want to stay in Shao Kong Forbidden Land anymore. Phew. With a wave of his hand, a spatial crack was instantly torn open in the space in front of Yi Xian. With a shake of his shoulders, he instantly charged in. Phew. Demon, Hall Star Area. Middle Stage Demon Antelope invited the demon-patterned blood deer, which was more powerful than the black-skinned boar, and he was very excited. He wasn't in a hurry to ask the demon-patterned blood deer to charge into the magic hall. In fact, he even wanted it to stay outside the star domain and wait for that insufferably arrogant black pig monster to come out. Then, he could fight and suppress it. After all, he was certain that he would win the battle today. As such, the Forbidden Star region and the vast army of the Magic Hall would all belong to him. It was to let the demon-patterned blood deer charge into the star region and wreak havoc. A battle between half-step heavenly Tao existences was extremely destructive, and it made his heart ache. As for the demonic patterned blood deer, he was confident that he was the strongest expert beneath the heavenly Tao realm. He naturally couldn't charge into the stellar domain ahead and engage in wanton slaughter. That would be too demeaning. Sukathus, after stopping in the void 10 billion kilometers away from the magic hall, he raised his head and let out a soft roar. The sound of his divine sense rang out and rumbled toward the interior of the magic hall. Magic hall's pig tyrant, listen up. I'll give you 10 breaths of time. Come out and meet me in 10 breaths of time. Otherwise, I'll wipe out your magic hall army. Silence. Death. A deathly silence. Demon. The voice of the blood-patterned deer's divine sense rang out, but there was no movement in the demon hall's star domain. This was clearly strange, but the mid-stage fiend antelope and the demon-patterned blood deer didn't think too much about it. From their point of view, it was obvious that the black pig monster was afraid and didn't dare to appear. 10 breaths of time. It was just 10 breaths, and it passed in the blink of an eye. For a full 10 breaths of time, there was no movement in the stellar domain ahead. It was as though it couldn't be bothered with them. The divine sense from before had been completely ignored. Right. Although the demonic patterned blood deer felt that this was impossible and was unwilling to accept it. It did not even want to think in this direction. However, this was the reality before its eyes. If it wasn't ignored, the other party would have at least roared as a threat or warning. But the truth was that 10 breaths of time had passed, and not a single sound came out. Damn it, are you provoking me? Today, everyone in the stellar domain will die. Roar. Finally, the demon-patterned blood deer was enraged. It raised its head and roared. A shocking aura burst out from its body. It raised its front hooves and was about to rush into the stellar domain ahead to wreak havoc. At this time, Yi Xian and the old pig returned from the Sikong Forbidden Land. A void crack appeared in the depths of the stellar domain of the magic hall. The two figures walked out of the crack one after the other. They happened to hear the furious roar of the demon-patterned blood deer, and instantly judged its cultivation strength from the aura of the demon-patterned blood deer's body. Oh, it's just a 9th-grade demon-patterned blood deer, but its tone isn't small. Although the old pig knew that he couldn't beat the other party, he couldn't be too weak. The key was that Yi Xian was here. As long as he made a move, he could kill this demon-patterned blood deer with one finger. Therefore, after being stunned for a moment, he immediately sent out the voice of his divine sense. He was even more arrogant than the demon-patterned blood deer. This pig has been a little thin recently. It just so happens that I want to drink some blood to nourish my body. You old thing are quite likable. You're too good at guessing. In other words, this was clearly saying that the demon-patterned blood deer had come today to give him some deer blood to nourish his body. These words were too arrogant and domineering. The old pig himself felt a little smug. Before his voice fell, he had already raised his 4 hooves and rushed out of the stellar domain of the magic hall. He didn't want to fight here, so as to avoid being implicated. This was the headquarters of the magic hall. But, perhaps it was because his words were too arrogant and domineering that the demon-patterned blood deer flew into a rage and didn't want to stay a moment longer. No, when the old pig's figure rushed out of the edge of the stellar domain of the magic hall, a blood-red figure with black stripes rushed over and directly entered the stellar domain. It was the demon-patterned blood deer that was thousands of miles long. Roar. Darn black-skinned pig monster, I'll skin you alive today. When it came to the old pig, the demon-patterned blood deer's anger surged into the sky. It raised its head and let out a shocking roar as its half-step heavenly Tao realm cultivation aura surged. Instantly, the void began to tremble slightly as though it could collapse at any moment. Even if the void didn't collapse, the stars in the stellar domain probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Xian frowned as his expression instantly turned gloomy. With some hesitation, he immediately waved his hand and shot out a beam of light. Whoosh! A sharp sound tore through the air as the beam shot out and expanded with the wind. Its speed was too fast, and in just a few seconds, it had transformed into a behemoth that was 250 million kilometers long. It was none other than the arch-beast. The cultivation aura emanating from its body was at the second stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Hiss! The demon-patterned blood deer that was about to charge forward trembled violently as it subconsciously looked over. The moment the arch-beast's massive figure entered its eyes, it drew a cold gasp in shock. As its expression changed, it exclaimed in horror, "Second stage of the heavenly Tao realm? Heavens, fellow Daoist, let's talk nicely. Don't misunderstand." Chapter 50-57. As Yi Xian waved his hand, the beam that shot out expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a behemoth that was 500 million kilometers in size. Its body emitted the terrifying aura of a second-order heavenly Tao realm cultivator. The demon-patterned blood deer that was about to flee trembled violently and subconsciously turned to look over. Hiss! In the next instant, the arch-beast's massive figure entered his eyes. He was so shocked that he drew a cold breath. His body trembled violently as his expression changed drastically. He exclaimed in shock, "Second-order heavenly Tao realm? Heavens, fellow Daoist, let's talk nicely. Don't misunderstand." Whoosh! Before he could finish his sentence, there was the sound of something tearing through the air behind him. At the same time, there was a light snort that revealed endless arrogance and smugness. Roar! Black-skinned pig monster, to think you would have such a day. The figure that followed the demon-patterned blood deer into the magic hall star domain was the mid-stage fiend antelope. He was originally feeling smug, but he suddenly felt that the atmosphere was not right. His figure immediately came to a halt in the void. One confused, he subconsciously turned to look at the arch-beast. The latter cooperated and released the terrifying aura of a second-order heavenly Tao realm cultivator once again. In just a short release of less than half a second, this unimaginably terrifying aura made the middle-stage devil antelope jump up in the air in shock. He was clearly a fiend antelope, but at that moment, he let out a shrill howl. It was obvious that he was terrified and was about to lose his courage. He turned around and ran. Roar! You still have the face to run? Seeing him run so quickly without any hesitation like a loach, the frightened demon-patterned blood deer was so angry that his nose was crooked. He immediately roared. At that moment, he was so regretful that his intestines were about to turn green. Human the domestic owl had already perished. Back then, he had promised to give the owl a chance to take action out of respect for the strong. It had nothing to do with this mid-stage fiend antelope. Matter in fact, because the fiend antelope forbidden land was located in the left third of the Milky Way's right bank, it was rather far from the fiend antelope forbidden land in the middle of the right bank. He was not very interested in taking the fiend antelope forbidden land as a vassal. By the current him was already a peak desolate venerable at the 9th level Great Circle. Towards this type of external object and so-called subordinate power, he already saw through quite a bit. Now, the only thing that the demon-patterned blood deer was interested in was entering the Milky Way star domain to vie for the providence from Providence for the next epoch, as well as breaking through to the heavenly Tao realm. Usually, he didn't even pay much attention to the matters in the fiendish runic forbidden lands. He was focused on studying alchemy, hoping to refine some treasured pills to aid in his breakthrough to the heavenly Tao realm. It could be said that this time, if it were not for the persuasion of this middle-stage devil antelope for many days, he would not have been moved at all and followed him here. Originally, he was obsessed with the idea that he could return the favor he had promised the owl, and at the same time, take in the forbidden land of the devil antelope and the so-called strange army of the Magic Hall. But he never expected that the mysterious Magic Hall army would have such a massive and strange heavenly Tao realm metallic beast. Furthermore, it was at the second stage of the heavenly Tao realm. This was definitely a rhythm that could finish him off in an instant with a single strike. But, all of this was caused by the middle stage devil antelope behind him. Unfortunately, he hadn't escaped yet. When this fellow saw that the situation wasn't right, it actually turned around and wanted to escape. Was it trying to stay behind to give him a chance to escape? Don't be so shameless. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, the demon-patterned blood deer was instantly enraged. After raising its head and roaring, the suppressive aura in its body was fully activated. Instantly, it enveloped the fleeing middle-stage devil antelope. As though it was corporeal, it ruthlessly smashed into his body, bang. The demon-patterned blood deer attacked with anger. Its peak desolate supremacy cultivation at the 9th stage of perfection was pushed to its limits, so the middle stage devil antelope naturally couldn't withstand it. Its massive body instantly exploded with a bang, leaving not a single hair behind. It turned into a bloody mist that dissipated. Phew. Upon seeing this scene, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled into a playful smile. From the beginning to the end, he didn't move at all, nor did he plan on attacking. He just stood in the void with his hands behind his back. But, at this moment, seeing the middle stage devil antelope's massive body explode and turn into a bloody mist that dissipated, a faint light flashed in his eyes. He immediately waved his hand and shot out a majestic invisible force. After all, this was the majestic bloody mist formed by the explosion of a middle stage desolate supremacy's body. It represented a level 30 heavenly path treasure pill. It was a pity to waste it like this, so naturally, he should take it. Soon, the majestic bloody mist formed by the explosion of the middle stage devil antelope's body swept over and was absorbed by Yi Xian. He sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space and began the blood essence condensation. At this moment, the desolate supremacy blood essence in Yi Xian's hands increased from the previous 32 to 33. And this time, it was equivalent to picking up a desolate supremacy blood essence for free. He didn't even need to use any strength, which made him feel quite good. The gloomy expression on his face also slightly eased because of this. At the same time, his action also attracted the attention of the demonic blood deer at the first moment. In fact, before this, the demonic blood deer didn't notice the existence of Yi Xian at all. He was now showing his original appearance as a human. Compared to the 500-million-mile-long emperor beast, his body was like a giant star compared to a speck of dust. He was too inconspicuous. Although the old pig spirit's body was only about 1,000 feet tall, which was also inconspicuous compared to the emperor beast, the old fellow's cultivation aura was not hidden. Even if the peak desolate supremacy of the perfect rank 9 transformed into a speck of dust, it would be like a bright star in the night sky and would be noticed instantly. However, Yi Xian, not only was his body too small, the aura in his body was completely hidden. If one didn't turn around and see his figure in their line of sight, it was as if he didn't exist when they scanned with their divine sense. Naturally, he would be ignored. However, that was before. Now, as his figure appeared in their line of sight, the demonic blood deer was slightly startled after seeing his existence. A dim light flashed in its eyes and the expression on its face suddenly became dignified. Unexpectedly, an idea flashed in its mind. The huge demonic blood deer's true body, which was originally tens of thousands of miles tall, shrank directly and turned into the form of an old man. He wore a black robe and had a blood-red beard. He cupped his fist and bowed to Yi Xian from afar. This old man is Lu Zhangke. Greetings, fellow. Previously, there were many conflicts because I was bewitched by the middle-stage demonic antelope. I hope that fellow will be magnanimous and not take it to heart. This old man is willing to make amends. I don't know what fellow needs. Just tell me, this old man will not be stingy. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian grinned. This guy who called himself Lu Zhangke was a bit interesting. At least his eyesight was not bad. Chapter 50-58. As if at the behest of gods and spirits, the demonic blood deer suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The huge demonic blood deer immediately shrank and turned into the form of an old man. In the blink of an eye, he turned into an old man wearing a black robe with blood-red beard. With a smile on his face, he cupped his fists and bowed to Yi Xian. This old man is Lu Xianxia. Greetings, fellow Daoist. The reason why we had a conflict before was because I was bewitched by that middle-stage demonic antelope. I hope that fellow Daoist will be magnanimous and not take it to heart. This old man is willing to cut himself off as an apology. I don't know what fellow Daoist needs. Feel free to tell me, this old man will not be stingy. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian grinned. This old man was quite interesting. At least his eyesight was not bad. In such a short time, he actually saw that he was the master here. No, that was not the case. If it was just that, then it was obviously not enough to cause the killing intent in Yi Xian's heart to dissipate. Currently, the demon palace had just arrived on the right bank of the Milky Way. It was unknown how many powers were secretly spying on them. This demonic blood deer, who called itself Lu Xianxia, had come to their door with a murderous aura. Naturally, many of the higher-ups of the forbidden areas and star fields had seen it. Under such circumstances, if he was allowed to leave peacefully, where would the magic hall's prestige come from? I don't want to know the reason, nor am I interested. I only know that you came to our door with a murderous aura. Who knows how many eyes are watching from outside? And my magic hall has just arrived, so it's time for me to show my might. After giving the other party a meaningful look, Yi Xian, who was originally standing on one side of the void, slowly stepped forward. In the blink of an eye, he was already on top of the Emperor Beast's head. He stood there with his hands still behind his back. Halfway through, he paused and nodded at Lu Xianxia with a faint smile. Then, he continued, "What can you offer as an apology? Just tell me. Whether it's valuable or not, I'll make my own decision. Of course, you only have one chance." Hiss. When he saw this, Lu Xianxia's expression changed again. His expression became even more solemn. Even his gaze was somewhat dazed. His body trembled slightly, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. He exclaimed in shock, "This is your battle beast?" He originally believed that although Yi Xian might be in existence at the heavenly Dao realm, the Empyrean beast was likely one of the upper echelons of the magic hall. However, due to his massive size and the fact that he was a metallic behemoth, he wasn't good at socializing. Therefore, such external matters were left to Yi Xian. From this point of view, even if Yi Xian was a heavenly Dao realm expert, he was at most at the first or second stage of the realm. He might not be stronger than the Empyrean beast. It was even possible that his cultivation level was far inferior to the Empyrean beast's. He had not even reached the heavenly Dao realm and had used some special means to bewitch the Empyrean beast. Perhaps, he was just a puppet supported by the Empyrean beast, but now, from the looks of it, he could casually stand on the Empyrean beast's head without the Empyrean beast showing any signs of displeasure. All the guesses from before were clearly illogical. The only explanation was that this gigantic and terrifyingly powerful beast was actually his battle beast. This was absolutely terrifying. To have such a terrifying battle beast, the other party's cultivation level was probably at the third stage of the heavenly Dao realm. This was definitely not something Lu Xianxia could resist. Furthermore, it had far exceeded his expectations, which was why he was so shocked. It's not a battle beast, but an avatar of this lord. Yi Xian guessed what was on his mind, but he had no intention of hiding anything. This was because in front of absolute strength, there was no need to hide anything. He remained calm as he nodded and casually replied. Then, he suddenly changed the topic. "Let me remind you. You seem to have deviated from the topic. Think about your apology. You only have one chance. Besides, this lord's patience and temper aren't very good." It was clear that if he continued to nag, he would immediately turn hostile. Lu Xianxia was a very shrewd person. He was a smart person. When he heard this, he subconsciously trembled a few times. Then, he frowned and fell into deep thought. "Fellow Daoist, since you are a remnant and have just collected the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the middle-stage demon antelope's body, you must have done some research on the path of alchemy." After a moment of thought, Lu Zhanke seemed to have made a decision. His eyes suddenly lit up as he cupped his fists towards Yi Xian. Then, he continued, "It just so happens that this old man has been studying treasured medicines to assist in the breakthrough of the heavenly Dao realm all these years. I have collected quite a number of top heavenly treasures. This old man has indeed offended you just now, so I feel uneasy. I will apologize to you with 2 pieces of heavenly velvet." Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zhanke abruptly waved his hand. Accompanied by a weak sound of something tearing through the air, 2 rays of light shot towards Yi Xian and abruptly stopped in front of him. Shockingly, they were 2 foot long, blood-red things that looked like branches of a tree. Heavenly velvet? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. His gaze swept across the 2 branches in front of him and he quickly understood what they were. Obviously, they were 2 pieces of deer antlers. If he wasn't mistaken, they should have fallen off from Lu Zhanke's antlers. This item may seem unremarkable, but it exuded a very special energy aura. It seemed to have a trace of the heavenly Dao's aura. It was indeed a good item, so Yi Xian couldn't help but be moved when he saw it. This item is the essence of this old man's antlers. After hundreds of millions of years, it has only grown 4 feet. Furthermore, the demon-patterned blood deer is a type of innate life form. Only when one's cultivation reaches the desolate venerable realm will the antlers begin to grow. Seeing that Yi Xian was a little puzzled, Lu Zhanke immediately explained, "This old man has been in the desolate venerable realm for hundreds of millions of years. Every year, it would only grow a little bit. It was only 100 years ago that this old man took it down. This item grows because of the innate life form's bloodline, so it has a special effect. This old man left 2 pieces as the medicinal catalyst for the heavenly Dao treasure medicine, and the remaining 2 pieces will be given to you as a gift. It can be considered a waste, so that's how it is." After listening to Lu Zhanke's explanation, Yi Xian suddenly realized that it was something that would only begin to grow in the body of an innate life form after stepping into the desolate venerable realm. Furthermore, it would only grow a little bit every year, and it would take hundreds of millions of years to grow to 4 feet. From this point of view, Lu Zhanke was showing his sincerity by taking out half of it. Of course, apart from this, Yi Xian was more interested in the heavenly Dao treasure medicine that Lu Zhanke had mentioned. Lu Zhanke had been in the desolate venerable realm for many years. Even if he was at the peak of the desolate venerable realm, he had probably stepped into it many years ago. For example, Lu Zhanke's preparations for breaking through to the heavenly Dao realm were definitely more complete than Yi Xian's. Furthermore, he was an astral beast, but he was as proficient in alchemy as the survivors. This was something that surprised Yi Xian even more. He could definitely communicate with him. Upon thinking of this, Yi Xian's mind flashed and he instantly made a decision. Waving his hand after putting away the 2 pieces of heavenly Dao treasure medicine in front of him, he smiled and nodded. He immediately said, "So fellow Daoist Lu is also proficient in alchemy. It just so happens that I want to refine a cauldron of treasured pills. Why don't you watch from the side?" Chapter 50-59. Alchemy? Hearing this, Lu Zhanke was stunned, but he quickly came to a realization. Very well. Obviously, the other party wanted to verify the Tao of alchemy with him. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why he did not kill him earlier. Thinking at this point, he naturally did not dare to refuse. Furthermore, he had always been very interested in the Tao of alchemy. In his opinion, the mysterious existence in front of him with a terrifying cultivation level was clearly a remnant expert. He did not know why he was mingling with the ferocious beasts. Remnant. The attainments of the remnant experts in alchemy had always been superior to the ferocious beasts of the starry sky. The other party's cultivation level was so powerful that he was at least at the 3rd level of the heavenly path realm. His attainments in alchemy were definitely extraordinary. To him, this was also an opportunity to improve himself. Thinking of this, Lu Zhanke's face immediately revealed a look of joy. He immediately nodded in agreement. Yi Xian did not say much. With a wave of his hand, he kept the arch-beast into his body. Then, he instructed the old pig spirit to do what he was supposed to do. Following that, he led the way in front and brought Lu Xianxia to a star deep in the forbidden area. This was the cave mansion star that the black-robed desolate supremacy had reserved for Yi Xian. Rumble. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After entering a giant star, Yi Xian led Lu Xianxia to a seat at the peak of a towering mountain. Then, he waved his hand and conjured the farmer god's treasured cauldron in its energy form. It was only 10,000 feet in size and was suspended in mid-air on one side of the giant peak. It emitted a rich energy aura that made one tremble in fear. Lu Xianxia's expression changed instantly. He was a peak desolate supremacy at the 9th level of perfection. Naturally, he could see that the energy cauldron was extraordinary. It was formed by pure 9-colored flames and was no small matter. No, just based on this, he could not tell that Yi Xian had the farmer god's treasured cauldron in his hand. Therefore, he did not think that it was related to the violent cosmic ape. Almost in the next instant, with a thought from Yi Xian, 80 pieces of blood essence were taken out from the farmer god's treasured cauldron in his body and suspended in front of Yi Xian. This was the main material used to refine the level 29 desolate supreme treasure pellet. However, at the same time, a large amount of top-notch precious materials and medicines were taken out. There were all kinds of them, too many to count. As for the spring water used to refine medicine, it was just as extravagant this time. Like before, it was directly replaced with a mixture of innate chilling spirit liquid and netherworld furnace lotion. This was already the norm, and Yi Xian was already used to it. But on the side, Lu Xianxia's complexion changed again when he saw this. He sucked in a cold breath. Now, he finally understood why Yi Xian collected the blood mist from the explosion of the mid-stage devil antelope. It turned out that it was to refine these tiny blood beads. This method was truly shocking. At the very least, with his attainments in the Tao of alchemy, he would not be able to refine the blood mist from the explosion of a desolate sovereign to such a degree, and now, Yi Xian had taken out a total of 80 of these blood pearls that exuded the aura of almighties. In other words, the number of almighties of the primordial era that had perished in his hands had reached 80. The number was too shocking. Lu Xianxia was so scared that his face turned pale. His body trembled slightly, and he secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, his previous performance was not bad, and this mysterious and powerful existence had taken an interest in him. Otherwise, the other party would have collected another desolate sovereign blood essence. Boom. Rumble, whoosh. Just as Lu Xianxia was secretly rejoicing in his heart, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. All the materials that were originally floating in the air automatically flew into the cauldron. In the blink of an eye, they melted and mixed together. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the next moment, Yi Xian's hands fluttered like butterflies. Obscure runes of different colors and shapes fell from his hands like rain, directly entering the 9-colored cauldron in the form of energy. Its momentum was overwhelming, densely packed, and the number was so great that it made one tremble in fear. Time slowly passed. This time, because Lu Xianxia was watching from the side, and Yi Xian had his reasons for doing so. Therefore, although he had long been familiar with refining the level 29 desolate sovereign treasure pill, it was not the first time he had refined it, so he could be faster. However, now, he deliberately slowed down. As he refined the medicine, he verified it with the perfect pill formula of the level 30 Heavenly Path treasure pill. After a full 2 days, everything was settled. This cauldron of level 29 desolate sovereign treasure pills had been completely refined. This time, Yi Xian was the same as before. Even the body of the cauldron was condensed from pure Shenong 9-colored flames, which imperceptibly increased its power. As for the flesh and blood materials used, it was still the same as before. In fact, even more blood essences were used, a total of 80 pieces. This also imperceptibly increased the quality of this cauldron of treasure pills. As such, today, the refinement of the treasure pills was completed. In an instant, countless auspicious phenomena of dragons and tigers leaping appeared in the void above the treasure cauldron. Roar! Ong! Boom! In the next moment, a huge roar sounded, and the nine-colored cauldron in the void in front of him bloomed with infinite treasure light. The phantoms of true dragons and true phoenixes all rushed out of the cauldron, stretching their necks and roaring clearly. It could be said that there were thousands of scenes. Then, the entire cauldron turned into specks of nine-colored flames in an instant, which were collected by Yi Xian with a wave of his hand and sent into the Shenong cauldron, which was absorbed into his body. While, at this time, with the disappearance of the nine colors flame furnace, in the air in front of the towering giant peak, there were already 90 treasured pills the size of a vermilion fruit. The surface of each treasure pill was covered in a nine colors mist, emitting an incomparably strong energy aura. This time, Yi Xian had put 80 blood essences into the cauldron, but in the end, he had refined 90 level 29 desolate sovereign treasure pills, which made him extremely satisfied and happy. Previously, he still had 60 level 29 desolate sovereign treasure pills in his hands. With these 90, he had a total of 150. Every single one of them, a level 29 desolate sovereign treasure pellet, represented the birth of a primordial sovereign in the future. Just these 150 pellets meant that there would be 150 desolate sovereigns amongst Yi Xian's subordinates in the future. This number was definitely frightening, and should be enough. Hiss! These treasure pills! What a rich desolate sovereign aura! The blood beads that were put into the cauldron before were clearly only of the almighty realm. How could the final treasure pill be directly raised by a realm? What kind of secret alchemy method is this? When Yi Xian waved his hand and took out 90 emerald green bottles, respectively storing the 90 desolate sovereign pellets, and then storing them into his body, Lu Zhangke, who had been watching from the side and hadn't said a word for the past 2 days, suddenly had a drastic change in expression. His body violently shook as he suddenly cried out in alarm. He was indeed shocked. Not only was this mysterious secret alchemy method beyond his understanding, but also because he had vaguely guessed the effect of these 90 treasure pills. The treasure pill emitted a rich desolate sovereign aura. According to his guess, it most likely had an extremely strong supporting effect when an almighty expert at the 9th stage great perfection was trying to break through to the desolate sovereign realm. If that was really the case, these 90 treasure pills basically represented 90 future desolate sovereign old monsters. With such a large number, how could he not be shocked? Chapter 50-60. You are right. This kind of level 29 desolate venerable treasure pill is used to help one break through to the desolate venerable realm. Yi Xian seemed to have seen through Lu Zhangzheng's thoughts. He nodded with a smile and admitted it. Level 29. Desolate venerable treasure pill? Lu Zhangzheng was stunned. He frowned and pondered for a moment. Then his eyes flashed, and he asked, "What does level 29 mean? Don't tell me there are levels 28 and 30? That's right. There are indeed levels 28 and 30. Yi Xian was gratified that the other party was able to get to the point as soon as he opened his mouth. He immediately explained, this kind of treasure pill is suitable for consuming when one is at the peak of the 9th step. Basically, consuming one will allow one to smoothly break through to the next realm in a short period of time. For example, the level 29 desolate venerable treasure pill that I just made, with a total of 90 pills, can allow 90 great beings at the peak of the 9th stage to smoothly break through to the desolate venerable supreme realm. There are basically no accidents. I am very confident about this because I made this kind of treasure pill from level 1 all the way to level 29, Xiao. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Yi Xian waved his hand and sent out beams of light toward Lu Zhangzheng. In the blink of an eye, these beams of light stopped in front of Lu Zhangzheng. They were small green bottles containing various levels of treasure pills. 2 level 15 venerable treasure pill. 2 Level 16 Eternal Lord Treasure Pill. Level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill. 2 Level 18 Supreme Treasure Pill, there was one of each. Hiss, as expected. Judging from the aura, these 4 treasure pills should be from the Universe Night Realm to the Desolate Venerable Supreme Realm. Seeing the 4 treasure pills floating in front of him, Lu Zhangzheng's expression changed again. He gasped and said softly, if the Desolate Venerable treasure pill that you just made is a level 29 item, then these 4 treasure pills should be from level 25 to level 28. This guy really did see through him. Hearing this, Yi Xian smiled and nodded, but didn't continue to say anything. Instead, he quietly waited for him to continue. Fellow Daoist, you've refined a level 1 treasure pill all the way to level 29 treasure pills. Your attainments in the Tao of pills are truly admirable. After a short moment of silence, Lu Zhangke continued, furthermore, judging from the way you refined it just now, you are clearly very familiar with this level 29 Desolate Supremacy Supreme Pill. This is definitely not your first time refining it. I wonder if you can refine the level 30 pills after that? When the last sentence left his mouth, Lu Zhangke's eyes shone brightly. His chest rose and fell, and even his breathing quickened. Although he was shocked by the so-called level 29 pill, he was not interested in it at all. This was because his cultivation level was already at the peak of the 9th rank Desolate Supremacy. He had no use for the level 29 Desolate Supremacy Supreme Pill. What he was really concerned about was the level 30 Heavenly Tao Treasure Pill after the level 1 Treasure Pill. This was because he had been preparing for all these years. He had been at the peak of the 9th rank Desolate Supremacy Supreme Pill for many years. It was time for him to make another breakthrough and attempt to break through to the true Heavenly Tao realm. However, even he didn't have much confidence in breaking through to the Heavenly Tao realm. He had been collecting all kinds of top precious materials and medicines. He wanted to refine a kind of treasure medicine to consume when breaking through to the Heavenly Tao realm as a supplement. At this moment, it just so happened that he met Yi Xian and saw his various level of treasure pills. It could be said that he was shocked. Only because of this, Lu Zhangke secretly rejoiced that he didn't come to the wrong place. Otherwise, he would have missed an opportunity. However, if this thought was known by the middle-stage devil antelope that had been killed by his hoof, it was unknown how angry it would be. I naturally have a level 30 treasure pill. Although I have yet to begin refining it, I have already deduced the perfect pill formula. Since the other party had finally brought up the serious matter, Yi Xian's expression turned solemn. He nodded and said, in fact, other than the perfect pill formula, I have already collected all kinds of materials for the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill. I can refine it at any time. However, the reason why this matter has yet to happen is because I have always had a strong feeling that the refinement will definitely fail. Although there is no problem with the pill formula's deduction, I have a nagging feeling that something is missing. The reason why I invited you to watch me refine the treasure pill is because of this. Previously, I heard you say that in order to break through to the Heavenly Tao realm, you have been studying the Tao of alchemy for many years. You are preparing to refine a treasure medicine that can help you break through. Although I am confident that my attainments in the Tao of alchemy are extraordinary, the Tao of alchemy is endless. Stones from other mountains can also be used to improve jade. Therefore, I wish to discuss this matter with you. However, my perfect pill formula for the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill is no small matter, and not just anyone has the right to see it. Before I take out the pill formula, you have to at least prove your attainments in the Tao of pills to me. Otherwise, I'll have to give up on this matter, and you can leave at any time you wish, so that's how it is. At this point, Lu Zhangke was enlightened. He immediately waved his hand and said, "You are right, fellow Daoist. This is the result of my meticulous research over the years. It is a kind of treasure medicine that is similar to the great flesh medicine refined by the survivors. However, it has a unique effect. However, although the formula for this treasure medicine is almost perfect, it has been constantly revised. This is because the formula requires several kinds of treasures to be transformed into the 5 elements. However, these treasures are impossible to obtain. Therefore, I was forced to revise it. Until now, it has yet to be completed, phew. As he spoke, a ray of light shot over and abruptly stopped in front of Yi Xian. Shockingly, it was a jade slip. Yi Xian did not stand on ceremony. He immediately took the jade slip and extended his spiritual perception into it. He immediately began to investigate. There was indeed a formula in the jade slip. In addition, there were detailed notes, as well as the cause and effect of every revision of the formula. The formula was indeed imperfect. According to the formula, the refined treasured medicine could increase the chances of a perfected desolate supremacy expert attempting to break through to the heavenly Tao realm. However, this chance was at most 30%. Furthermore, there was no guarantee that the breakthrough would succeed. Therefore, compared to Yi Xian's level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill, this kind of treasure medicine that was beneficial to the heavenly Tao realm was more than a little inferior. However, it also had its merits. For example, it mentioned the idea of using 5 kinds of treasures to transform into the 5 elements as a medicinal catalyst. This made Yi Xian's eyes light up. However, Lu Zhangke's heavenly velvet was also used in this heavenly path medicinal formula. It was the wood elemental medicinal catalyst of the 5 elemental medicinal catalyst. As for the other 4 5 elemental medicinal catalysts, they were all blank. Lu Zhangke had changed them again and again, but until now, he hadn't been completely sure. One thing was certain. Lu Zhangke did have good ideas when it came to pills. At the very least, he was qualified to take a look at the perfect formula for Yi Xian's level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill. Chapter 5061. Although fellow Daoist's elixir formula isn't perfect, and its medicinal effects are much worse than my level 30 heavenly path treasure pill, your formula does give you a unique insight. Yi Xian retracted his divine sense and smiled. He raised his head and looked at Lu Zhangke. Just based on this point, fellow Daoist is qualified to take a look at my level 30 heavenly path treasure pill formula, whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Yi Xian waved his hand and sent a beam of light over. It stopped abruptly in front of Lu Zhangke. It was also a jade slip. Inside this jade slip was a copy of the perfect level 30 heavenly path treasure pill formula. This kind of thing could be said to be heaven-defying and too precious. If it were someone else, it would be impossible for them to leak it. After all, it was related to the existence of the heavenly path realm. However, Yi Xian didn't have such misgivings. Not to mention the level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill, even the level 29 desolate sovereign treasure pill and the level 28 almighty treasure pill had to be refined with 9 colored flames in order to ensure that the treasure pill could be successfully refined. It was impossible to successfully refine its pill flame. Hiss. It really is the heavenly path treasure pill. Lu Zhangke's eyes flashed with excitement as he took the jade slip that was suspended in front of him. He immediately extended his divine sense and began to investigate. Only with just a glance, his expression changed. His chest rose and fell violently, and his body trembled slightly. With his attainments in alchemy, he could naturally see the value of this elixir formula. It could be said that if this level 30 heavenly path treasure pill could really be refined, its effects would be many times better than his heavenly path treasure pill. His heavenly path treasure pill could at most increase the chances of a successful breakthrough by 30%, which was only about 1/3 of the chance. However, as long as one could refine Yi Xian's level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill, the chances of a successful breakthrough would be at least 95%. This was basically a done deal. Lu Zhangke had studied the Tao of alchemy for many years, but he knew that if he were to study the formula of a treasure pill by himself, he wouldn't be able to reach the level of Yi Xian's level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill even after 10,000 years. Just based on this point alone, the current him was completely convinced by Yi Xian. Fellow Daoists' attainments in the Tao of elixir are so profound that this old man has never seen anything like it before. I'm truly in awe. Lu Zhangke withdrew his consciousness, and the expression on his face turned solemn. He immediately cupped his fists and bowed deeply toward Yi Xian. Today, I've only seen fellow Daoists level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pill recipe, but I've already benefited greatly. This bow of mine is from the bottom of my heart. Then, he paused for a moment and changed the topic. However, although fellow Daoists level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pill recipe is indeed rigorous and can be said to be perfect, your feeling is right. It's indeed missing something. If you don't believe me, fellow Daoist can add in the 5 elemental medicinal catalysts from this old man's Heavenly Dao treasure pill recipe. It'll be different in an instant. Of course, among the 5 elemental medicinal catalysts, the wood elemental medicinal catalysts has already been indicated. It's this old man's heavenly velvet, but this old man didn't list the other 4 elemental medicinal catalysts in the recipe. At this point, Lu Zhanke shook his head and smiled bitterly. The reason for this is because this old man simply doesn't have the ability to obtain those 4 Heavenly Dao treasures. Even if I listed them, it would be useless. However, it's different for fellow Daoist. Fellow Daoist, you have the ability to obtain those 4 Heavenly Dao treasures. Then, Lu Zhanke immediately transmitted his voice to Yi Xian and told him the 4 Heavenly Dao treasures. He also explained their effects and origins. Apart from the Heavenly Velvet, there are actually these 4 Heavenly Dao treasures? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. He cried out involuntarily, "It seems that my exchange with fellow Daoist today is indeed fruitful." Previously, he had never heard of the Heavenly Velvet that Lu Zhanke had taken out. That was why he suddenly had the idea of exchanging pointers with him. He didn't expect that he would actually gain something. Just based on the 4 Heavenly Dao treasures that Lu Zhanke had mentioned, together with the Heavenly Velvet, he could definitely form the 5 elemental medicinal catalysts. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian immediately closed his eyes and activated his powerful divine sense. He added the effects of the 5 elemental medicinal catalysts into the perfect level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pill recipe and began to deduce once again. Boom! In the next moment, his mind exploded with a loud bang. He was suddenly enlightened. It was as if he had been enlightened. In an instant, he completely understood everything. First, previously, he had felt that the perfect level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pill recipe was still lacking something. Now that he had added the 5 elemental medicinal catalysts, it was finally complete. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly felt as if his state of mind had been elevated. The opportunity for him to make another breakthrough in his cultivation had arrived. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the Emperor Beast was summoned. It stood in the void outside the star. Yi Xian cupped his hands and said to Lu Zhanke, "Fellow Daoist, please wait for a few days. I suddenly have an important matter to attend to in seclusion. After I come out, I will immediately go with fellow Daoist to get the 4 Heavenly Dao treasures." After saying that, he directly ignored the confused and dumbfounded Lu Zhanke. With a flash, he went to another star and went underground. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the shrunken farmer god's treasured cauldron. He stepped inside and sat cross-legged at the entrance of the cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After everything was ready, Yi Xian waved his hand. In an instant, a large number of faint sounds of breaking through the air rang out. In his line of sight, fine rays of light shot out from his body and hovered in front of him. They were all cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body to carry out the breakthrough this time. 10,000. Evil origin fluid, 9-colored divine herbs, and so on were a dazzling array. All of them were top-grade cultivation resources, and all of them were emitting an incomparably rich energy aura. After calming himself down, Yi Xian took a deep breath and activated the power of the Shenong Cauldron's domain. He compressed all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist, swallowed them into his stomach, and quickly dissolved them. Whoosh! Rumble! Swallow! The resources instantly dissolved in Yi Xian's body. Immediately after, the sound of chains rattling could be heard from inside his body. A majestic river of energy formed, accompanied by the sound of thunder, covered the sky and covered the earth. The critical moment had arrived. Yi Xian didn't dare to be distracted. He focused his mind and immediately began to circulate the heavenly Tao treasures continuously until they were completely refined. 3 days later, the river of energy disappeared from Yi Xian's meridians and completely integrated into his divine soul and body. An incomparably thick shackle chain appeared in his body. Only if he could tear it apart, this seclusion would immediately end, and his cultivation would smoothly break through again. Oh brain! As all of this flashed through his mind, Yi Xian immediately thought of something. With just a single attack, the shackles had already been broken. Next. In the next instant, the anticipated system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, 5th Order Primordial Venerable. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body. Current realm, 5th Order Primordial Venerable. In the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a trace of joy flashed in the depths of his eyes. 5th Order Desolate Venerable. In just 3 short days, he had finally broken through. Chapter 50-62. At present, Yi Xian had already left the primordial world and arrived in the primordial void. In the primordial world, the primordial heavenly Tao was a supreme existence. All living beings were suppressed by the primordial heavenly Tao. Therefore, without the primordial heavenly Tao's approval and permission, no one could forcefully enter the heavenly Tao realm. In the primordial void, the heavenly Tao realm was not the strongest existence. There were cultivation realms stronger than the heavenly Tao realm. Therefore, the heavenly Tao realm was not deliberately suppressed here. It was the same as other realms. As long as one's cultivation reached a certain level, they could break through. Therefore, in this place, the 9 transformations of the demonic ape that came with the demonic ape bloodline in Yi Xian's body would not be suppressed within the heavenly Tao realm like in the primordial world. It would lose its effect once it touched the edge of the heavenly Tao realm. As such, with his current 5th rank desolate supremacy cultivation, once he activated the demonic ape bloodline in his body, he would instantly possess the cultivation of a 6th rank desolate supremacy. And once he used the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline, Yi Xian's cultivation would soar by another realm, reaching the 6th rank of the heavenly Tao realm. He was already at the peak of the middle stage of the heavenly Tao realm. He was just 1 step away from the late stage of the heavenly Tao realm. As for the primeval heaven's eye, he was only at the 8th rank of the heavenly Tao realm. Yi Xian's 6th rank heavenly Tao realm cultivation was only 2 small ranks away from him. Although he was still not a match for him, he was definitely qualified to fight the primeval heaven's eye head-on. This was also the reason why he was in such a hurry to make a temporary breakthrough before he went out with Lu Zhanke to search for the 4 special treasures. This time, there was bound to be an earth-shattering battle. When the time came, Yi Xian's aura would disperse. It was very likely that he would attract the primeval heaven's eye. Therefore, he had to be on guard. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the shrunken Shenong treasure cauldron transformed into a beam of light and was absorbed into Yi Xian's body. Following that, his figure rushed out of the seclusion planet's underground and arrived at the Forbidden Land's cosmic void. On another planet in the distance, Lu Zhanke was sitting cross-legged on the peak of a towering mountain. He had been like this for the past 3 days and had not left. In the void of the universe beyond the star, the 500-million-mile-long Emperor Beast was also guarding it. Yi Xian was still a little worried about Lu Zhanke, so he needed the Emperor Beast to intimidate him when he was in seclusion. Awoo! In the depths of the Forbidden Star area, there was a long howl. The old pig spirit's figure shot out. Although he was only a few feet tall, the aura of the complete rank 9 Baron Sovereign was extremely powerful. Yi Xian immediately sent a voice transmission to Old Pig Spirit. In the following days, he would go out with Lu Zhanke to search for the 4 powerful existences and seize the precious medicines needed for the 4 5 elements medicinal catalysts. Century there was bound to be a great battle, and it was very likely to attract the attention of the primeval Heaven's Eye. However, his target was likely only Yi Xian. A supreme existence at the heavenly Dao realm like him naturally had no interest in the so-called Magic Hall army. Therefore, Yi Xian instructed Old Pig Spirit to restrain the upper echelons of the 6 major Magic Hall armies during this period of time, including the ferocious beasts from the Xiaya Forbidden Land and the Sikong Forbidden Land that had just been incorporated. They were to stay in the Forbidden Star area as much as possible and not attract unnecessary trouble at such a critical moment. Although Old Pig Spirit was not very reliable, he was still a peak complete rank 9 Baron Sovereign and a half-step Heavenly Dao realm existence. It was enough for him to preside over the Magic Hall. Again in addition, this old fellow had just made a mistake and almost brought a great disaster to the Demon Palace. This time, Yi Xian had specially instructed him to be honest for a period of time and not have any intentions of causing trouble for the Demon Palace. Thinking at this point, Yi Xian was immediately relieved. After Old Pig Spirit left, he waved his hand and stored the autarch beast into his body. Then, he looked at Lu Zhanke. At this moment, Lu Zhanke had already walked out of the distant planet and had been quietly waiting in the void of the star area. When he saw Old Pig Spirit leave and the huge autarch beast being stored into Yi Xian's body, he shook his shoulders and shot over, stopping abruptly 1,000 feet in front of Yi Xian. Here at this moment, the aura in Yi Xian's body was still concealed. Not a single bit of cultivation aura could be sensed. Therefore, Lu Zhanke had no idea that Yi Xian had made another breakthrough in his cultivation in the past 3 days. Clang however, even if he were to tell him, Lu Zhanke would not believe him. Although Yi Xian had not spoken to him after coming out of seclusion, Lu Zhanke could already tell that Yi Xian was about to leave. He had called Old Pig Spirit over to give him a series of instructions. "Fellow Daoist, have you settled the matter at hand?" Lu Zhanke smiled and cupped his fists. Then, he continued, "If this old man's guess is correct, fellow Daoist should be going out immediately to look for the other 4 special treasures needed for the 5 elements medicinal catalyst, right?" "That's exactly what I'm thinking." Yi Xian nodded and replied with a smile, "Previously, fellow Daoist only mentioned the names and effects of these 4 special treasures, but did not say where they came from. However, the wood-guiding medicine, Heavenly Velvet, only grew little by little in the body of a Xiantian fierce beast like fellow Daoist after entering the desolate venerable realm. Judging from the names of the other 4 treasures, the situation should be more or less the same. In other words, in order to obtain these 4 treasures, we have to find 4 Xiantian fierce beasts of the desolate venerable realm. My guess is correct, right?" "Indeed." Lu Zhanke nodded. Lu Zhanke nodded and explained, "The other 4 treasures are indeed slowly grown in the body of a Xiantian fierce beast after entering the desolate venerable realm. Moreover, although we don't need many treasures, this kind of Xiantian precious medicine that contains a trace of heavenly energy grows extremely slowly. Therefore, the Xiantian fierce beasts that can provide us with enough treasures have entered the desolate venerable realm for many years. Fellow Daoist should be able to guess this from what this old man said just now about not being able to collect these 4 treasures with his own ability. The cultivation of those 4 existences is not weaker than this old man. Among them, the weakest is a half-step heavenly way at the peak of the 9th stage of the desolate venerable realm. To be honest, if it wasn't for fellow Daoist, I wouldn't have thought about these 4 Xiantian precious medicines at all. All along, the names of the other 4 5 elements medicinal catalyst have been missing in the prescription. Because of this, we have been changing the substitutes back and forth." At this point, a look of helplessness appeared on Lu Zhanke's face. He shook his head and sighed softly before continuing, "The 2 pieces of heavenly velvet that this old man gave fellow Daoist just now is the wood catalyst origin of the 5 elements medicinal catalyst. As for the remaining 4 Xiantian medicinal catalyst origins, this old man's intention is to first go to the Demon Wolf Forbidden Area and obtain a heavenly eye from the half-step heavenly way realm demon patterned Sky Wolf. This demon wolf heavenly eye is slowly growing in the body of the demon-patterned sky wolf after it entered the desolate venerable realm. It belongs to the metal catalyst origin of the 5 elements. Demon wolf heavenly eye? Demon wolf forbidden area? Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "May I know where the demon wolf forbidden area is located? What's the general situation in the forbidden area?" Chapter 5063. The demon-patterned skywolf was also a connate ferocious beast. After entering the primordial supreme realm, its body would similarly contain a sliver of heavenly Tao powers. It could be used as a 5-elemental medicinal catalyst to grow flesh and blood medicine. The demon-patterned blood deer's heavenly velvet was a wood elemental 5-elemental origins treasure medicine. It could be used as wood attractions origins. While, the demon-patterned skywolf had a heavenly eye in its body. It was a metal elemental 5-elemental origins treasure medicine. It could be used as gold attractions origins. Just based on this point, Yi Xian was instantly extremely interested in the demon-patterned skywolf. He immediately asked the demon-patterned blood deer about the demon-patterned skywolf, as well as the general situation of the Fey Wolf forbidden ground it presided over. The demon-patterned blood deer originally planned on leading Yi Xian to the Fey Wolf forbidden ground to obtain the gold attractions origins treasure medicine, which was the demon-patterned skywolf's heavenly eye. Therefore, it naturally did not hide anything. It immediately recounted everything it knew in detail. The Fey Wolf forbidden ground is located in the middle of the Milky Way's right bank. It's adjacent to the demon-patterned deer forbidden ground that I presided over. The strongest person presiding over the entire Fey Wolf forbidden ground is the demon-patterned sky wolf I mentioned. Its cultivation level is at the peak desolate supremacy of the perfected rank 9 realm. Furthermore, it has been in this realm for many years. It is only a few hundred years behind me. This demon-patterned sky wolf is extremely strong. It is definitely one of the best among half-step heavenly Tao realm existences. If I were to fight it, we would be evenly matched. Neither of us would be able to do anything to the other. In fact, my demon-patterned deer forbidden ground and his demon-patterned wolf forbidden ground are hostile existences. Although they are adjacent, they do not get along well. The demon-patterned blood deer mostly live in the demon-patterned blood deer. Even the ferocious beasts vassal of other species are similar to the blood deer. They are docile in nature. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. However, the demon-patterned sky wolf is the exact opposite. This species is extremely ferocious. It is also because of this that the other ferocious beasts in the demon-patterned wolf forbidden ground are also ferocious and bloodthirsty existences. At this point, Lu Zhanka shook his head and sighed. His face was gloomy, but his eyes were filled with anger. Fellow Daoist, you should be able to guess that my demonic deer forbidden area has been bullied by the demon wolf forbidden area for many years, even though that 7-striped heavenly wolf can't do anything to me, and we've only fought to a draw in the past few times. It's impossible for me to intervene every single time the low-level vicious beasts of the 2 forbidden lands kill each other. If I did, I wouldn't be able to do anything and would be exhausted to death. However, fellow Daoist, don't worry. Luring you to the demon wolf forbidden area this time was absolutely not due to this old man's selfishness. Everything I said earlier was absolutely not a lie. Not only is that demon-marked skywolf tyrannical in nature, the heaven's eye within its body is indeed the best source of metal attraction. Clearly, he was worried that Yi Xian would be oversensitive, so he deliberately spent more time explaining. However, it was only a 9th rank perfect perfection demon wolf. Yi Xian really didn't think much of it. Dong! He waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. Since I'm friends with fellow Daoist, even if this demon wolf is useless for the heavenly path treasure pill, it's just a small matter for me to kill it for the sake of our friendship." Other than the demonic mark sky wolf at the peak of the 9th rank perfect perfection, there are 4 other desolate supremacy realm ferocious beasts. Lu Zhanka immediately felt relieved after hearing Yi Xian's words. He continued to explain, however, although these four vicious beasts are also primordial supremes, they are only at the middle and late primordial supremes. To fellow Daoist, they are nothing. Moreover, these four fellows are also vicious and merciless people who seek revenge for every grievance. If it's convenient, it's best to get rid of them as well to avoid future troubles. While speaking, Lu Xianxia cupped his fists again. Of course, after the demon wolf forbidden area is destroyed, although it is adjacent to this old man's demon deer forbidden area, this old man has no intention of annexing it. Those starry sky ferocious beasts are all cruel and bloodthirsty people. This old man doesn't like it. Therefore, after killing the 5 desolate supremes, this demon wolf forbidden area should be taken by fellow Daoist. This was what it should be. Lu Xianxia was so tactful and self-aware, which made Yi Xian quite satisfied. He immediately nodded. In that case, fellow Daoist will lead the way. Let's set this demon wolf forbidden area as the first stop. Hiss. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xianxia immediately waved his hand. With an incomparably clear sound of ripping cloth, a void crack that was 100 feet wide instantly appeared in the void in front of them. Here at this time, Yi Xian and Lu Xianxia were both in their human forms. Yi Xian was in his original appearance, while Lu Xianxia was a red-bearded black-robed old man. A void crack that was 100 feet wide was enough. Whoosh! Whoosh! Soon, Lu Xianxia cupped his fists at Yi Xian and immediately shook his shoulders. His entire body turned into a ray of light and rushed into the void crack in front of them. Yi Xian wasn't on guard at all, because it was completely unnecessary. The difference in cultivation between the two sides was too great. No matter what schemes Lu Xianxia had, in front of absolute power, he was nothing more than a chicken or a dog. He immediately followed behind and entered the spatial rift. Very soon, the spatial rift was mended at a speed visible to the naked eye under the influence of the laws of the primordial chaos, and the two of them vanished, in the middle section of the right bank of the river, in the demon wolf forbidden area. At this moment, a small-scale battle was breaking out in the periphery of the star domain of the demon wolf forbidden area. This kind of thing was actually quite common in the void surrounding the forbidden areas on the right bank of the Milky Way. There were too many forbidden areas and star domains on the right bank. Each forbidden area had a large number of ferocious beasts and survivors of the primordial chaos. Although they would not invade other forbidden areas and star domains to fight and hunt, it would be regarded as an invasion. The powerful figures and even the old monster Huang Zun in the forbidden area would not sit idly by and watch. They would be suppressed and killed. However, in the void outside the Forbidden Land star area, if there were occasional encounters and conflicts, it was normal for them to kill each other. Even if it was close to the periphery of the Forbidden Land star area, the powerful figures in the Forbidden Lands, such as the Desolate Sovereign, would not easily protect their own. At this moment, although the battle outside the Demon Wolf Forbidden area was only a small-scale battle, there were still many people on both sides. There were about 2,000 to 3,000 people on each side. 2 days ago, a team of ferocious beasts from the Demon Wolf Forbidden area went out to hunt and happened to pass by this place. The ferocious beasts in the forbidden area of the Demon Wolf Forbidden area noticed the situation and immediately rushed out. After 2 days of fighting, both sides suffered a lot of losses. However, in general, the Demon Wolf Forbidden area had more casualties. Although there were still more than 1,000 ferocious beasts in the Immortal realm, they were all injured. On the side of the Demon Wolf Forbidden area, all the ferocious beasts were extremely ferocious and violent. Although their cultivation strength was similar to the ferocious beasts in the Demon Wolf Forbidden area, they did not suffer much damage. At this moment, in the area 10 billion miles away from the battlefield, there was a sudden crisp sound of ripping silk, and a void crack appeared quietly. Chapter 50-64. Far away from the battlefield, in the void 10 billion miles away, there was a crisp sound of ripping silk, and a void crack appeared silently. Then, 2 figures walked out of the crack, one after the other. The figure in front was wearing a black robe and had a blood-red beard. The cultivation aura emitted from his body showed that he was the peak 9th stage Desolate Master. This person was the strongest person in the Demon Deer Forbidden Area, the Demon Pattern Blood Deer, Lu Zhanke. While, the one following behind him was naturally Yi Xian. At this time, Yi Xian's cultivation was still hidden, and no aura could be sensed. If it wasn't for the fact that he could be seen with the naked eye, it would be as if this person didn't exist at all. However, although Yi Xian's cultivation aura was hidden, Lu Zhanke didn't. At this moment, as he and Yi Xian walked out of the void crack, the thousands of fierce beasts that were fighting fiercely in the void outside the Demon Wolf Forbidden Area all turned to look at them. The fierce battle came to an abrupt end. The 2,000 to 3,000 fierce beasts from the Demon Wolf Forbidden Area had fear and vigilance in their eyes, but they didn't retreat or escape. One behind them was the Demon Wolf Forbidden Area, and the strongest person in it, the Demon Pattern Sky Wolf, was not weaker than the Demon Pattern Blood Deer. Another on the one hand, this kind of battle outside the Forbidden Area was usually ignored by the powerful people in the Forbidden Area, such as the Desolate Master. Because, in order to make frequent outbursts, the scale of the outbursts varied. If they took action every time the ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Area fell into a disadvantageous situation, they would be exhausted to death. Therefore, the fierce beasts of the Demon Wolf Forbidden Area had been besieging the fierce beasts of the Demon Deer Forbidden Area for 2 days. In less than half a day, this battle would end, and they would reap the rewards. Therefore, if they took the initiative to retreat now and escape into the Demon Wolf Forbidden Area behind them, they would naturally be unwilling. However, for the remaining 1,000 or so ferocious beasts of the demonic Deer Forbidden Land, suddenly seeing the strongest person in their forbidden land was tantamount to seeing the dawn of life. Overjoyed, they immediately cried out to Lu Zhanke for help. In fact, with the current situation, if it had been before, even if Lu Zhanke just so happened to pass by, he would have pretended not to see them and quickly left. After all, this was the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land. Moreover, the battle was taking place in the void of the universe outside the star field. Moreover, the number of ferocious beasts participating in the battle was about the same. It could be said to be relatively fair. In such a situation, if he were to attack, the 7-marked Heavenly Wolf in the monstrous Wolf Forbidden Area would definitely not leave the matter at that. Although Lu Zhanke was not afraid of the 7-marked Heavenly Wolf, this sort of meaningless entanglement was completely unnecessary. Thus, even if he were to pass by, he would turn a blind eye and quickly leave. He would not give the ferocious beasts under his command the opportunity to call for help. But now, he was leading Yi Xian straight to the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land. He was not just passing by, so he couldn't just turn a blind eye and leave immediately. What's more, even if he left now, it was too late. The team of ferocious beasts that was about to be slaughtered in the Forbidden Land had already called for help. It was one thing to not see it and just pass by quickly. But now that the ferocious beasts under his command had already called for help, it was another matter. If he did not take action in such a situation, once the news spread, not only would the subordinates in the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land be disappointed, but the ferocious beasts and experts in other forbidden lands and star fields would also secretly laugh at him. Again, like I said, Lu Zhanke did not come with good intentions this time. He could not wait for the 7-marked Heavenly Wolf in the depths of the Forbidden Land to rush out and die. So, now that there was an opportunity in front of him to instantly enrage the other party, he naturally would not let it go easily. Roar. Bastards of the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land, you are getting bolder and bolder now. This old man is a subordinate of the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land. How can you kill me at will? Today, all of you will die. After raising his head and roaring angrily, Lu Zhanke's spiritual perception voice was instantly transmitted. It was filled with endless indignation as it rumbled into the depths of the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land. He did not delay either. Before his spiritual perception voice faded, he had already waved his hand. Boom. Boom. Bang. 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 The thousands of ferocious beasts in the Demon Wolf Forbidden Land 10 billion kilometers away were only at the immortal realm. How could they withstand the furious strike of a half-step heavenly Dao realm expert? Boom! After this shocking explosion, the thousands of fierce beasts in the demon wolf forbidden area all exploded and died. Moreover, because their cultivations were too weak, neither Lu Zhangke nor Yi Xian were interested in collecting the boundless blood mist that was formed from their bodies exploding with a wave of their hands. Lu Zhangke lived up to his reputation as a veteran peak desolate supremacy who had stepped into the half-step heavenly Dao realm for many years. At that moment, despite being separated by 10 billion kilometers, he attacked in anger. However, the control of his strength remained extremely precise. The thousands of ferocious beasts in the demon wolf forbidden land exploded and died instantly. However, the 1,000-odd ferocious beasts from the demonic deer forbidden land, including the 1,000-odd ferocious beasts' corpses in the void, were not damaged at all. At that moment, they were all scared silly. This was because such a thing had never happened before. Even when Lu Zhangke occasionally rescued his subordinates who were besieged by the demon wolf forbidden land outside the forbidden land, he would usually only take away the ferocious beasts on his side. That was why even when he punished the demon wolf forbidden land's ferocious beasts, he would not truly kill them. After all, although the two forbidden lands were evenly matched in strength, the demon wolf forbidden land was filled with a bunch of extremely vicious beasts. They were overly bloodthirsty and brutal. The ferocious beasts and upper echelons of the demon wolf forbidden land were already used to tolerating them. But this time, Lu Zhangke's attack was decisive. With a wave of his hand, none of the thousands of ferocious beasts in the demon wolf forbidden land were spared. All of them exploded, turning into a blood mist. Most importantly, this was not the demon wolf forbidden land, but the periphery of the demon wolf forbidden land's stellar domain. Lu Zhangke's actions were overly sensitive. The demon-patterned skywolf in the demon wolf forbidden land would definitely not let this matter rest. It was because they realized this that the 1,000-odd ferocious beasts in the demon wolf forbidden land were so shocked. They were scared silly in the void. Humph, what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for him to come out and kill all of you? Seeing their reaction, Lu Zhangke's expression sank. With a light shout, he immediately attacked. With a wave of his hand, an invisible and terrifying power swept forth. It swept up all the ferocious beasts in the demonic deer forbidden area, as well as the corpses of the ferocious beasts that were already dead, into the void 100 billion miles behind them. Woo! At the same time, in the demon wolf forbidden land's stellar domain ahead, a shocking aura soared into the sky. Accompanied by a long and shrill howl, a divine sense voice rumbled, "Old Lu, what are you up to today? You actually took the initiative to provoke us. Are you tired of living?" "Humph, the one who is tired of living is you." Lu Zhangke was not polite at all as he retorted, "This old man came here today for one thing, to borrow your demon wolf heavenly eye." Chapter 50-65. Humph, you're the one who's tired of living. Lu Zhangke did not hold back in the face of the demonic wolf's provocation. He retorted, "I came here today for one thing, to borrow your demonic wolf's heavenly eye." "Whoa, old man Lu, did you take the wrong medicine today? How dare you talk to me like that?" As he spoke, the shocking aura in the demonic wolf forbidden land soared into the sky again, accompanied by a long, mournful howl. The voice of the divine consciousness rumbled, "My demonic wolf's heavenly eye is in its skull. Let's see if you have the ability to cut it open today." A woo, rumble, as the last howl sounded, a figure rushed out from the depths of the demonic wolf forbidden land ahead. Its body was extremely huge, more than 10 million miles long, like a small star. It was a demonic wolf with a shiny green mane, dotted with a large number of blood-colored demonic patterns. It was extremely obscure, giving off a mysterious, simple, and heavy aura. It only referred to the demonic wolf's fur. In addition, the aura emitted from its body was extremely ferocious and violent. Its eyes were as red as blood. At a glance, one could tell that it was an extremely bloodthirsty ferocious beast. Although there were many types and races of ferocious beasts in the primordial void, innate ferocious beasts were extremely rare. The so-called innate ferocious beasts referred to the bloodline descendants of the chaos demon gods that were born in the 3,000 nests at the beginning of the primordial era. Only with the bloodline of the chaos demon gods in their bodies, they could be called innate ferocious beasts. For example, the demonic patterned blood deer and the demonic patterned heavenly wolf that was roaring and rumbling over belonged to this category. Only in the bodies of innate ferocious beasts, after they grew to the supreme primordial realm, would special flesh medicine appear in their bodies because of the gradual atavism of their bloodline. Such as the demonic blood deer's heavenly velvet, the demonic wolf's heavenly eye, and so on. These special flesh medicine were extremely rare because when innate ferocious beasts advanced to the supreme primordial realm, the bloodline in their bodies would begin to atavism. Therefore, they all contained a trace of the primordial law power. Of course, this kind of innate flesh medicine that contained the primordial law power had different attributes. After all, there were thousands of great Tao laws in the primordial void. But what Yi Xian needed now was innate fleshly medicines that contained the laws of primordial 5 elements, and that was even more difficult to find. 5 of the 5 elemental guiding herbs, he had already obtained the wood guiding essence, which was the heavenly velvet of the demonic patterned blood deer. The heavenly eye in the skull of the demonic patterned sky wolf was the metal guiding essence of the 5 elemental guiding herbs. It would have been fine if he hadn't met him, but since he had found him, Yi Xian definitely wouldn't miss this opportunity. Otherwise, he would have to rely on his luck if he had to search elsewhere. Therefore, when he saw the 7-striped sky wolf appear, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He had already decided the end of the 7-striped sky wolf. Unfortunately, the demonic marked heavenly wolf didn't realize this. He was too confident. Moreover, he had fought with the demonic marked blood deer many times. Although neither of them could do anything to the other, the demonic marked heavenly wolf clearly didn't realize this. But the demonic marked heavenly wolf was ferocious by nature, while the demonic marked blood deer was much more docile and peaceful. Therefore, even though the demonic marked heavenly wolf couldn't do anything to the demonic marked blood deer, in the end of every battle, the demonic marked blood deer would basically give in. He didn't know what was wrong with the demonic marked blood deer. It actually dared to take the initiative to attack outside the demon wolf forbidden area and even provoked it verbally. But because the two of them were too familiar with each other, he didn't think that the demonic marked blood deer had any means to do anything to him. In fact, before the demonic marked blood deer met Yi Xian, it was indeed like this. So therefore, even though the demonic marked blood deer's actions were a little abnormal today, the overconfident demonic marked heavenly wolf still didn't think too much about it. Yi Xian, at this time, was standing far behind the demonic marked blood deer. His remnant form was inconspicuous. Compared to the demonic marked blood deer, which had already revealed its bloodline true body and was also tens of millions of miles large, it was like a star and a speck of dust. In addition, he deliberately concealed his aura, so when his figure was blocked by the demonic marked blood deer, the demonic marked heavenly wolf couldn't see him at all. There was no trace of him with its divine sense, so it didn't know the existence of Yi Xian at all. Roar! Old Ghost Lu, you actually dare to provoke me. If you can't give me a satisfactory explanation today, this matter is not over. Rushing out of the demon wolf forbidden area, the demonic marked heavenly wolf appeared at the edge of the star domain tens of billions of miles away. The demonic marked heavenly wolf raised its head and roared. The aura in its body was violent to the extreme. It raised its 4 claws, and the entire terrifying body of tens of millions of miles large instantly pounced forward. Like a huge meteor, it opened its bloody mouth and roared at the demon-patterned blood deer in the air. Roar! Old ghost, you're still so stubborn even in the face of death. Seeing that we've known each other for countless years, this old man will send you on your last journey today. When the demonic marked heavenly wolf on the opposite side pounced, the aura in its huge body was extremely fierce. Clearly, it was ready to kill. The demonic marked blood deer's anger seemed to have been aroused. It raised its head and roared. As the voice of its divine sense spread, its huge body shook and it looked like it was about to attack. These two old guys were old enemies. After so many years of fighting, neither of them could do anything to the other. If they really fought, it would obviously take a long time. Enough, this king doesn't have the time to watch you fight blindly. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian curled his lips. The voice of his divine sense rang out, and his figure flashed in front of the demonic-marked blood deer. Standing proudly in the void, he raised his hand and punched out, bang. Although Yi Xian had only lightly punched out this strike, not to mention his figure, his shoulders didn't even shake. However, his current cultivation level was at the 6th level of the heavenly Dao realm. It was terrifying to the extreme, so it was naturally impossible for the demonic-marked sky wolf to withstand it. Following that, with a loud boom, the massive body that was still pouncing through the void instantly exploded with a bang. Not a single hair was left behind as it transformed into a bloody mist that dissipated. Oh, that's not right. Although not a single hair was left behind, there was a fist-sized blood-colored bead. It was clearly visible amidst the spreading bloody mist. Phew! When he saw this blood-colored bead, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled into a playful smile. A dark light flashed in his eyes as he instantly waved his hand and shot out an incomparably boundless, formless energy. Soon, the demonic-marked heavenly wolf's massive body exploded into a bloody mist that swept over. It was sucked into Yi Xian's body and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space. From there, the blood essence condensation began. At the same time, the fist-sized bead amidst the bloody mist shot over as well. It was now in Yi Xian's hand. He fiddled with it for a moment before putting it away with a flip of his hand. This fist-sized bead was the heavenly eye in the demonic-marked heavenly wolf's head. It was also the gold essence that Yi Xian needed. Now, he had finally obtained it. Chapter 50-66. With just one punch, Yi Xian had easily finished the battle. Under the 9th transformation of the 9 Devil Ape transformations bloodline divine power, his strongest combat strength had reached the 6th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. He was just short of stepping into the late stages of the heavenly Dao realm. He was truly too powerful. No, after all, this demon-patterned sky wolf was a peak desolate supremacy at the 9th stage of perfection, which was also a half-step heavenly Dao realm. Furthermore, it was the same as the demon-patterned blood deer. It was a senior existence that had stepped into this realm for many years. It could be said that his peak desolate supremacy cultivation level was thick and solid. He was not very far from the true heavenly Dao realm. If in a head-on battle, although the demon-patterned sky wolf would ultimately die if he used all his strength, he would barely be able to last a round or two against Yi Xian. He would definitely not be instantly killed. All of this was because he was overconfident. The demon-patterned blood deer's actions were so abnormal that it failed to raise his guard. It deserved to end up in such a state. With the demon-patterned sky wolf killed with one punch, Yi Xian was in a good mood. He originally had 33 desolate supremacy blood essences. Now, after killing the demon-patterned sky wolf, he had an additional blood essence, reaching a whopping 34. And this demon-patterned sky wolf was a senior peak desolate supremacy. It was an existence that was extremely close to the true heavenly Dao realm. The blood essence refined from the massive blood mist formed from its body's explosion was definitely of high quality. If it was used to refine a level 30 heavenly Dao treasure pill, one would be equivalent to 2. Based on this alone, the harvest this time was incomparably huge. Even more, not to mention that other than this top-grade desolate sovereign blood essence, Yi Xian had also successfully obtained the source of the gold guide. As a result, among the 5 elements innate medicine, only the source of the fire guide, the source of the water guide, and the source of the earth guide had yet to be obtained. The mission of collecting the connate 5 elements herbs was nearly half completed. However, since the demonic wolf Forbidden Land had already arrived and even killed the 5 desolate supremacies, the strongest demonic striped sky wolf, it was only natural that they would delay for a while. Previously, the demonic patterned blood deer had said that other than this demonic patterned sky wolf that was at the peak of the 9th rank perfection realm, there were 4 other desolate supremacy realm ferocious beasts in the demon wolf forbidden grounds. Although the 4 beasts were supremacy of the primordial era, they were only at the mid and late stages. To Yi Xian, who was already at the 6th stage of the heavenly Dao realm, they were nothing. As long as he wanted to take action, the 4 old bastards would have no way of escaping. This is, after all, it was 4 desolate supremacy blood essences. Furthermore, the demonic patterned blood deer had previously said that these 4 fellows were vicious and merciless people who would definitely seek revenge. If it was convenient, it would be best to get rid of them as well to prevent future troubles. Furthermore, this old fellow was extremely tactful. He had already made it clear that after the demon wolf forbidden grounds was destroyed, although it was adjacent to his demonic deer forbidden grounds, he had no intention of annexing it. Those starry sky ferocious beasts were cruel and bloodthirsty, so he was extremely displeased with them. Therefore, after eliminating the 5 desolate supremacies guarding the demon wolf forbidden grounds, the demon wolf forbidden grounds would still be taken over by Yi Xian. This is, however, Yi Xian naturally would not refuse to take over a powerful ferocious beast forbidden grounds. This is, therefore, after waving his hand to collect the heaven's eye in the demonic patterned sky wolf's head and the boundless blood mist that was formed after its body exploded, Yi Xian immediately turned to look at the dumbfounded demonic patterned blood deer in the void behind him. His tone was light, as though he was talking about a trivial matter. Let's go. There are still 4 desolate supremacies inside. Let's finish. Whoosh. Before he finished speaking, his figure had already transformed into a weak beam of light that shot forward. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the edge of the demon wolf forbidden grounds. Roar! Seeing this, the demonic patterned blood deer raised its head and roared. Without any hesitation, its huge body shot out like a blood-colored meteor in the void, following closely behind, charging into the demon wolf forbidden grounds in front of it. Demon wolf forbidden grounds. Demon There were a total of 5 desolate supremacies guarding the wolf forbidden grounds. Other than the demonic patterned sky wolf that had been blown up by Yi Xian's light punch, there were 4 other desolate supremacies. The bloodlines of the 4 desolate supremacies were different. Only one of them was the same as the demonic patterned sky wolf, but it was only a desolate supremacy. Its 3 of them belonged to other bloodlines and were not innate ferocious beasts. Dang! When Yi Xian and the demonic patterned blood deer descended upon the demon wolf forbidden grounds and attacked at the edge of the stellar domain outside the forbidden grounds, the 4 desolate supremacies in the demon wolf forbidden grounds had sensed it. However, as the strongest demonic patterned sky wolf was the first to attack, they remained dormant. Although they did not appear, they were secretly observing everything. At the instant the demonic patterned sky wolf perished, the 4 desolate supremacies were dumbfounded. They almost could not believe that all of this was real. Only when Yi Xian's figure flashed and charged into the demonic patterned forbidden ground stellar domain did they suddenly snap to their senses. Nearly simultaneously, they rushed out of their respective cave abode stars and fled in horror. At that moment, they were nearly scared out of their wits. Demon The demonic patterned sky wolf was a desolate supremacy, a half-step heavenly Dao realm expert at the 9th stage of perfection. Yet, it was instantly blown up by a single punch. Before it perished, it did not even have the time to let out a shrill howl. Only just from this point, they could roughly infer how terrifying the cultivation level of the remnant expert they had previously overlooked was. It was definitely a supreme existence at the heavenly Dao realm. Furthermore, it was basically impossible for it to be at the early stages of the heavenly Dao realm. It was very likely that it was a terrifying old monster at the middle stages of the heavenly Dao realm. Upon realizing this, they instantly felt an intense sense of danger that they would not be able to escape even if they had wings. No, after a moment of hesitation, the 4 old fellows made a decision in an instant. They rushed out of their respective cave stars at the same time, but they did not escape in the same direction. Instead, they rushed in 4 different directions, north, south, east, and west. Who lived and who died was up to fate. Bam! In the void beside them, a desolate supremacy had pushed its cultivation to its limits as its entire body transformed into a beam of light that shot forward. Unfortunately, his luck was really bad. This direction happened to be right in front of Yi Xian, who was charging into the stellar domain. Yi Xian curled his lips and with just a punch, his massive body instantly exploded with a bang. Not a single hair was left behind as it transformed into a bloody mist that dissipated. Phew! As the bloody mist dissipated, a ghastly glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He instantly waved his hand and shot out an extremely majestic and invisible force. The bloody mist formed by the desolate supremacy's body's explosion swept over. Yi Xian absorbed it into his body and sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space. Phew, in just an instant, one of the 4 desolate supremacies perished. Although the remaining 3 did not turn their heads, they sensed everything. Their entire bodies trembled as they hurried off. Instantly, they were nearly frightened out of their wits. It's useless. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Yi Xian's voice sounded out through his spiritual perception. With a flash of his body, he instantly vanished from his original spot.